Hello, everyone. I'm Allison, and I am the host of this year's Parks Accessibility Conference. We will get started shortly, but in the meantime, I wanted to make sure everyone knows how to access sign language and captions for this webinar. To turn on ASL, navigate to the bottom of the Zoom webinar screen and locate the globe symbol with the words interpretation written underneath. Click on that, and then click on American Sign Language. This will open up a new pop-out window with the interpreter that can be moved around your screen independently from the Zoom webinar screen. To turn on captions, again, navigate to the bottom of the Zoom webinar screen and locate the closed captioning symbol. It looks like a large CC with the words Show Captions written underneath. Click on that. The captions box will appear at the bottom of your screen and can be moved around the Zoom webinar window so that you can select the best place to view the captions on your screen. This will not impact how other people view the captions. You can also modify caption font size by clicking on the small triangle next to the closed captioning symbol and then clicking on Subtitle Settings. You will then be able to increase or decrease the caption font size. Thank you all. We will begin momentarily. Welcome everyone to the third and final day of the Parks Accessibility Conference. My name is Allison and I will be your host for today. I am a 35-year-old female with short, light brown hair, and I am wearing glasses and a pink top. We are continuing with our park accessibility content today, hearing from organizations that help support people with disabilities getting to parks and participating in activities while there, as well as from researchers studying barriers and facilitators to park accessibility and helping to further the academic knowledge base in this area. While this conference is virtual in nature, and we have speakers and attendees from across Canada and internationally, the Parks Accessibility Research and Conference team acknowledge that the land on which this conference is hosted is the traditional sacred territory of many First Nations civilizations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, Anishinaabeg, Three Fires Confederacy peoples, the Haudenosaunee Six Nations Confederacy peoples, and the ancient Wendat peoples. The territory, which we refer to as Toronto, is ceded land covered under Treaty 13 between the Mississauga of the Credit Nation and the Crown. The sacred custodianship of these lands comes from the Dish with One Spoon Treaty and Covenant between Anishinaabeg and Haudenosaunee, established long before contact with settlers. Today, this land is now home to many, including the First Nations peoples, as well as Métis and Inuit peoples. As settlers and visitors on this territory, we strive in our service to understand our responsibilities and purpose as custodians and caretakers of these sacred lands. At the same time, we strive to reconcile and understand these Indigenous civilizations who continue to be impacted by the ongoing process of colonialism. We invite all conference speakers and attendees to take a brief moment of self-reflection to contemplate your relationship with the land where you reside. As you attend this conference, let us pay respects to the Indigenous peoples that inhabited these sacred lands way before you and we arrived. And let us today pay our respects to the original caretakers of these sacred lands. Thank you. Some housekeeping. We invite attendees to submit questions using the Q&A feature found at the bottom of your screens. If this feature is not accessible to you or not available due to calling into the conference using the telephone line, questions can be submitted by email to team@pac2023.ca. Questions can also be submitted by calling 416-597-3422, extension 7879. You can type the extension in right away without listening to the UHN preamble. If you run into any technical difficulties accessing the conference, please email team@PAC2023.ca or call 416-597-3422, extension 7879. The conference is being recorded, and the recordings will be shared online after the conference is over. Any captioning errors will be corrected in the post-production edits. If presenters share contact details or website links, those have been added to their bio on the conference website for easier access. Our keynote speaker today is Sonya Wilson. Sonya is a seasoned teacher, advocate, artist, rock climber, and is also a member of the deaf community, where she currently resides in Los Angeles, California. Sonya started a deaf climbing group where she also recruited and trained ASL outdoor adventure interpreters to create a more accessible outdoor space for the deaf community. She also hosts the annual ASL Climb and Camp weekends in Joshua Tree, California for the past 5 years. Sonya's vision is to elevate and connect the outdoors recreation industry and the deaf community. This helps raise awareness on what true access, equality, and inclusion looks like. Welcome, Sonya.
All right. Hello, everyone, and good morning. It's so good to see you all here. Thank you so much for this opportunity coming to this conference. And conferences like this are really so valuable for the outdoors experience and really helps to raise more awareness out in the field, share knowledge and of the outdoors, and empower people to do so. So to start off, I really want everyone to have a fantastic experience being outdoors, and that's kind of the end goal here. So I'm going to start off with a little bit of a discussion about working with deaf people, how deaf people can appreciate and enjoy rock climbing, what communication looks like when we're out there. So I'll go into that a little bit to start off. Accessibility in the outdoors, particularly for rock climbing, you might be curious as to what that would look like. And so I'll explain here a bit on that. There's so much that I want to share. Of course, we don't have enough time for everything, so I'll just have to touch on some of these items. One thing that I'd like to start off with is some of my own personal experience. And when I was younger, I would go climb mountains. I was really excited to have all of these future goals of being in the outdoors and having those great experiences. And I was really taken aback by all of the barriers that I then encountered, all of the oppression that I experienced by trying to get into the outdoors. And I was left feeling like a lot of the dreams that I had, a lot of the goals, a lot of the things that I wanted to do for myself, really, I came to realize that the barriers were too great. And that some of my dreams needed to change in the end. And honestly, I lost sight of some of those dreams of wanting to be out in the mountains, because there were other people who were afraid of having me with them. They weren't sure how to communicate with me. They thought it might be too difficult to navigate. And so I was left out of so many things. And it must be understood that it's absolutely inappropriate to make decisions for people without their input, especially me as a deaf woman. I should be involved in those discussions. So a bit more on rock climbing. Just for myself as a deaf person, because I can't hear anything, rock climbing, when I go outdoors, I have such a great time. I just get to focus in on what I'm doing in the moment. There's no distractions. And that is really fantastic for me because I feel more connected. I'm in it. I'm, facing off with the rock. And my peripherals are great. I'm able to see things on the sides. My senses are really in tune, so I pick up on things quite quickly. If there's a slight breeze, or if somebody pulls the rope lightly, or if I see any kind of a green laser, for example, off to the side of where I'm climbing, I can notice that pretty quickly, and that gets my attention. And those are forms of communication. When I'm belaying, I also pay attention a lot to body language, how the climber is moving, and that's all different kinds of communication. So we develop communication strategies before getting on the wall. In rock climbing gyms, I think they could be a lot more accessible, more inclusive, and more friendly to deaf folks by having videos or any kind of films. They should be internally captioned. If there's an in-person event or online event, it would be nice to have an ASL interpreter, and that should be publicized as well. Those interpreters should be there for clinics or any kind of instruction that's happening for deaf attendees, deaf participants. You want to have a qualified ASL interpreter available. And I do know deaf people who are quite skilled at rock climbing, and they also can teach clinics. They could be called in from other people, they could be called in to run clinics for other people, and deaf folks like to learn from people who they share similar experiences with. And it's really important for deaf people to get certified. It advances their skills in climbing as well. Hosting an ASL climbing day is a great idea. And then it's so important to collaborate then with your local deaf community to make that happen. Again, I'm coming back to communication a lot because that's so often the question that I get asked the most when I'm out on the rock or in the rock gym. When rock climbing, it's for everyone. It should be accessible for everybody. And that kind of communication, we've been around, we've been rock climbing for a number of years. So folks have to get together and decide what form of communication works best for them. And I do want to share, every situation is of course different. It depends on the climbing team, the rock you're climbing. Again, there's diverse strategies that can be utilized when communicating amongst your team. And I call it adaptive communication climbing strategies is what I've helped to develop amongst my own group of folks. And I think it's important to have your team get together and share what works best for you, what works best for that climber, and then practice it and then use it when you're actually out there climbing. But keep it simple. It's so important. You're not trying to have conversations on the wall, just using a few, 2-3 different strategies, just in case situations come up, or as you might know, when you're out there climbing, situations can change. So it's good to have a few options. But I think it's really important to know that all communication preferences should be respected and treated equally and equally valuable. If you want to learn more about communication strategies, you should check out my YouTube channel, and that would be Sonya Wilson, Deaf Climber. I've got a few videos there that you can view in your own time. And it is so important to have deaf mentors as rock climbers to offer that support to the deaf community and deaf children to see what they can become too, see those role models on the wall. And that's the best way of learning, is from other deaf people who, again, share their experiences. So just making sure that all of your information is accessible, captioned, because we learn from you too. Your information can save lives, and it needs to be accessible. And for deaf people to really elevate their own skills, they need to have access to that information. So at this point, let's see, there are some strategies that you may want to test out just to see what works for you. Using rope tugs, I know that's been around for a long time. A lot of people already use that particular strategy. There are some issues with that, pros and cons to using that particular technique. You really need to talk it out first and make sure it's all agreed upon, but I would say it's not 100% reliable. There's leg shakes that also can be utilized. Using a green laser that I mentioned before, of course, not ever close to anybody's eyes, but off to the side where it might catch somebody's peripheral attention. And then knowing your climbers or your partner's body language is huge. Being able to look at what they're doing with their body shows a lot and does communicate a lot of information. There's a lot of cues that can be taken from that. There are hand signals that can be used as well. You can use signs, but there are just so many different approaches, so many different methodologies that you can establish with your team that can be helpful. So hopefully that answers some of your questions that you may have been holding, but please check in with my YouTube channel, my Instagram, and feel free to connect with me at any time if you have any further questions, particularly on rock climbing. And now I'm going to jump into a bit about parks accessibility in national parks, what that could look like to be more accessible. So if you're hosting an event, or if you have any kind of tours, it's important to make sure that your information is offered in a visual manner as well, or have an ASL interpreter on site. Access is a continued conversation. It's not something that can be a one-time discussion and that box is checked. Technology has changed so much, as I'm sure you might know, and a lot of people have their own preferences. So it's an ongoing conversation that needs to happen. I really encourage you to connect with your local deaf community and get a sense of their own advice. What do they recommend? What does access look like for them? What does equality look like for them? And look to your local deaf community for some of those resources to find who might be an appropriate interpreter, because they have already had opportunities to establish trust with individuals and they can offer you those resources. It's also so important to then ask the community what kinds of barriers are most impacting their lives in getting outdoors. And my overall goal is to have this accessibility become the national standard, our gold standard. Having policy change and working towards things where we have, events, everything that I've been talking about, just have access and accessibility be part of the discussion from day one. And there is a difference between high quality real-time access and your basic needs access. Those are different and they look different and feel different for us. So investing the time to build that foundation for accessibility, and accessibility that can really help everybody, because you just never know who might show up, who might be helped by having these things in place that you've already been thinking about and trying to put the work in. It's important not to wait for deaf people to show up. Then when you're having to scramble and figuring out how to provide access, do some of that legwork in advance. Hire deaf rangers. That's huge. And that would be fantastic too. And make sure those deaf rangers also have access to interpreters, because you want to support the work they're doing. I'm reading my notes, excuse me. And then for staff within parks. So if you've got a deaf ranger, that's awesome. If you've got a hearing ranger who knows some sign language, great. That's also fantastic. But hiring those people that can be helpful in those situations. And of course, it's important to consider budget. For parks, festivals, events, whatever you've got going, making sure accessibility is budgeted into your line items, and make sure that's considered. And considering cost should be there from the beginning. It shouldn't be an afterthought. And I really can't emphasize that enough. It needs to be thought of in day one and considered for that funding. It'd be nice to have funding ready to pay for interpreters, so it doesn't have to be, again, an afterthought. Of course, interpreters can volunteer, but it's up to them if they do. And you want to make sure you get high quality interpreters. Another option would be to utilize brands, so they can be involved, and they really should step up in providing access, knowing that access is so important. So they can provide funding there as well. I really emphasize, get creative, find a way to make it happen, and make your events accessible. When you provide access, that becomes just a more a positive experience for everyone, being out in the outdoors, and then being able to see too that you're providing access. It shows that you're valuing the community and that you're really respecting us. It's hard work right now, but I know it's just so important to do. When you publish any sort of flyers or post things on social media, it's really important to include things. If you've got videos, I would say it again, make sure there's captions. If you've got a live event, make sure you post in the flyer that interpreters are available on request. Equity, diversity, and inclusion are words that we see so often, but we don't see the word access too much utilized these days. And I really think that needs to change. We need to put a greater emphasis on access. Authenticity in your messaging is also really key. When people say, yes, we're inclusive, absolutely, we want you here, I want to be able to see more interpreters out there. I want to see captioning. I want to see that collaboration happening to show that it's actually inclusive and actually accessible. I really want to spend my time enjoying an event, whether it be, sports or a competition or whatever. I don't want to waste my time haggling over my own basic access needs. And that's really a human basic right. One park that is kind of a shining example that I'd like to share a bit about is Yosemite. Yosemite National Park, they actually have a program called Yosemite Deaf Services Program. And it is, again, that gold standard. It is fantastic. And I'll give you that's just one example of a great park. Of course, we need more job opportunities for deaf individuals within national parks. Just across the board, that's needed. I feel a lot of hope coming from this in sharing my experiences and some of my knowledge. I hope to help you all work on these projects together. And if you've got other questions, please feel free, reach out to me. I would be happy to respond and collaborate with you. Oh, and one other thing, please check out my video. It's called Elevated. It's on YouTube. You can look it up there. And that, oh my gosh, it was just such a fantastic experience last year. Eddie Bauer is one, they sponsored the film. And so you can find that on YouTube if you search Eddie Bauer Elevated. So I think that's it for now. I'm open to questions.
Hi, Sonya. Thank you so much. That was such a wonderful presentation, and really loved hearing about the communication strategies you use when rock climbing and all of your fantastic recommendations. I will also say, please go watch Elevated. It is a fantastic video, and that's how we found you and got in touch with you.
Thank you.
So we do have a great question came in. So this person says that they are a hearing person, but they have been learning ASL through Queer ASL. They said one thing they've learned is that there are different signs and dialects. And could this ever be an issue for accessibility? And do you have any recommendations for overcoming that?
Yeah, I mean, you will see across the board different kinds of signing styles, different variations of signing. Again, it's so important to collaborate with your local deaf community and have a conversation with somebody who, if they use a different signing style, then adapt to what they need, learn from them, and take what they have to say in as part of their needs. I think it's really vital that we keep our minds open and realize that, ASL is always growing. It's changing. There are different accents. There's different kinds of signs that are out there, but really learning to respect the individual is key.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think it just explains that all language is adapting. So it's not surprising that ASL also kind of adapts with new words, new terminology. I think that makes a ton of sense, and isn't a reason not to be pushing forward with making ASL available everywhere.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm actually a teacher. I'm always seeing new signs out there, especially from some of my deaf students and some of the things that they come up with. So I love it. I love ASL. I love learning from other sign languages in other countries as well. It's so fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had another question come up, and they ask, what is the best way to learn ASL when you don't know where to find the deaf community in your area? This person said they're trying to learn from YouTube and books. And I guess they're just wondering if you had any other resources or suggestions.
Yeah, sure. There's so many out there in today's world. It's amazing. So social media is a great place to start. There's a lot of Instagram accounts out there currently. Let's see, what else? There are a few online resources, online programs. It's really important, though, to learn from deaf people. I can't emphasize that enough. I think that is the most important thing to do, hands down. Your local community college could potentially have a program available. If you can't find anything, please reach out to me and I will send you my list. I've got a long running list ready that I can shoot out, because that again is a commonly occurring question. So I've got it saved on my iPhone as a, well, here you go. So reach out to me if you can't find anything on your own.
Amazing. Yes, we have Sonya's contact info on our website, so you can find it there. We also had someone in the Q&A say, recommend Queer ASL. It's all deaf teachers and it's a pay what you can system. So that sounds like a great option too.
That's beautiful. I love that. That's a perfect example.
Yeah. And you don't need to be queer to utilize that service. So I had another question.
Oh, yeah. And there's so many amazing deaf teachers on there too. I can give you some of my feedback. Shoot me an email and I'd be happy to give you any of my recommendations.
Perfect. Thank you. I think we have time for one more question, so try and fit that in. We had a question about your opinion on automated captioning technology. So when it first launched, it was really not good at all. But have you seen any improvements, or is human created captions, will those always be the gold standard that we should be using?
Maybe you could see my face as my response. I remember when that whole thing started. It was a lot. There were a lot of not so great learning experiences that I think came from that. Again, that was a while ago when it first came out. But honestly, captions are improving. I have seen that, but still, it's always best to hire a company, someone to do it for you, or have somebody in-house, like on your staff, somebody who knows how to provide that service, how to type in captions. And it's just always best to use human hands, that quality where you can embed them in there. And I think so often people rely on the automated captions as a means that is good enough, but there are so many mistakes and so many errors that come from there, and you're not watching them yourself. So if you've got a video that has captions, please make sure to watch the video and review the captions beforehand to make sure that information that's being portrayed on the captions actually matches what is being said. You don't want to make those kinds of mistakes on your videos. So that would be, test it first if you're going to go the automated route and make sure that it's correct. And there's one brand that I heard of, I think it was Rev. You might check in on that. There's a few others out there as well, but so often nowadays, people know how to add captions. I'm even learning. As a tech dinosaur, I'm learning myself. Yeah.
Amazing. No, I think that's great recommendations that people could take away. And especially if a video is recorded and then being shown at a later date, there's no reason not to have good quality, accurate captions on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and actually something else, if I could add to that, it's not only captions. If you've got, voice to sign too, but you want to make sure to include environmental sounds that you might be able to hear on the video that other deaf people might not be able to then. So a dog barking, or a stream trickling. Those are really important. That's important information to include for deaf people to have access to that, because people want to know what's happening. And another thing as well, I think having a transcript provided is important to have available, is making that transcript accessible via social media, or whether it's an in-person, a film that's being shown in person, just having that available in case somebody requests a viewing of that.
Amazing. I wish we had more time and that we could chat for longer.
I know, right? I could give you a 3-hour workshop just on this information, but this is really just scratching the surface.
I know. I think we'll have to look into that for another time. We did have some more questions come in, so we'll collect those. I would love to send them to you if you're interested in responding in writing. I think that would be fantastic. I think there's so much that we can learn from you and the deaf community.
Yeah, and follow me on Instagram.
Yes, absolutely. We've put your YouTube link in the chat. I'll see if we can add your Instagram in the chat as well. Thank you again so much, Sonya, for sharing your expertise and your experiences with us.
Well, and thank you so much. And thank you to the interpreter, Tara, here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And bye, everybody.
Wonderful. Thank you. Our first speaker today is Philip Oligny. As the founder of Cartus, Philip has dedicated himself to providing a simple yet effective solution for outdoor accessibility for people with disabilities. He is a lecturer in design at the Université Laval and has sat as a board member on a number of nonprofit organizations. These experiences have deepened his understanding of the human aspects in product development. His mission in his work is to champion the cause of accessibility, especially outdoors, transforming it from a privilege to a fundamental right for all. Welcome, Philip.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the presentation of Accessibility with Cartus. I'm Philippe Oligny, the founder and CEO of Cartus. On today's agenda, I wanted to cover several topics, starting from the issue of accessibility, a brief introduction to Cartus, how it works, the impact that this product has had on people's lives. I wanted to share also different initiatives that I've been participating, including other types of activities and equipment. And I wanted to share with you my thoughts on the future of accessibility. Before going more in depth on this presentation, I wanted to share with you a bit about me. As I said earlier, I'm Philippe Oligny. I'm the founder of Cartus, which is a unique outdoor wheelchair company. Before starting Cartus, I graduated in mechanical engineering at the Université of Sherbrooke. I'm currently completing a master's in design at Université Laval, where I'm also a lecturer. I try to share my passion for designing simple solutions that enhance inclusivity and accessibility to my students. I'm also a volunteer in several nonprofits. First and foremost, I want to thank the Engineering Health Lab and the Parks Accessibility Conference team for putting together this conference. I'm very honored to have been selected, especially amongst such interesting presentators. As you may have noticed, English is my second language. I'll try to be as clear and concise as possible. Feel free to ask me some question at the end of the presentation to clarify any topics. I'll be answering both the French and English questions. In regards to the issue of accessibility, I wanted to point out an interesting stat that I found on the World Health Organization page, which is that 1 of 6 people around the world experience significant disability. That's about 1.3 billion people around the world. The world is full of exciting outdoor experiences, but not everyone has equal access to these opportunities. People with disabilities often face substantial barriers to participating in outdoors activities and enjoying parks, a problem that's often overlooked. The benefits of experiencing nature and outdoors activities are vast, from physical health improvements to mental well-being. These benefits, however, are denied to those that cannot access outdoor spaces due to physical or cognitive disabilities. At Cartus, we firmly believe that accessibility to nature and outdoor spaces is a right, not a privilege, and it is our mission to bridge this accessibility gap. Cartus is an initiative born out of the need to bridge the gap in outdoor accessibilities. Our mission is to make the outdoors accessible for everyone, regardless of their physical capabilities. At the heart of our mission is the Cartus wheelchair, a simple yet effective solution designed specifically for outdoor use. It's not just about mobility, but about enabling experiences. With Cartus, we aim to provide people with limited mobility the means to explore the outdoors, experience the benefit of nature, and lead a more enriched life. On both of the picture, there's Mario and David, which is a father and a son that's participated in several races in Quebec. They also had the chance of having a Cartus during the pandemic, and it greatly enhanced their daily lives as David was able to go on a daily walk with his parents around the neighborhood. And on the bottom right, you have Océane and Marie-Michel who participated in the Pentathlon des Neiges. We fitted skis on the wheelchair to be able to participate in winter events. How does Cartus works? The Cartus wheelchair boasts a unique 3-wheel design that offers both mobility and stability essential for outdoor terrains. It's designed for companion-assisted outdoor activities, enhancing social interactions while enjoying the outdoors. The user experience with Cartus goes beyond just mobility. It offers users a sense of freedom, autonomy, and joy, often missed in traditional mobility aids. With Cartus, limitations are minimized and the focus shifts to the thrilling experience the outdoors have to offer. We tried to design an overall wheelchair that was easy to use, easy to maneuver, easy to maintain, and very reliable. We have a front pivoting wheel assisted with a spring mechanism that enables the companion to use less strength to maneuver the wheelchair. The long wheelbase also helps when you have uneven terrain and you have to go over roots, over rocks. You're not limited as with traditional wheelchairs. We also use several bicycle components, just like the wheels, the brakes, the tires. So it's really easy to maintain, to procure key parts if they were to fail. And it's also very reliable parts as they're mostly used in worse condition in the bicycling industry. In regards to the impact of Cartus, Cartus has made a significant impact on numerous lives since its inception. We've been fortunate to receive heartwarming stories from users who've had their lives transformed by Cartus. It could be in participating in a marathon, being able to experience new parks and new outdoor venues while traveling, or it can also be as simple as going for a simple walk around the neighborhood. One of the most touching stories include Marie-Michel, which we can see at the center of the picture. Marie-Michel has had a grandfather who did marathons, and she couldn't explain herself, but she had their literal passions for running. She would listen to every TV shows and radio shows that included running. And with the Cartus chair, she was able to participate in marathon, even to go to the Boston Marathon. one of the most touching moments that I had with Marie-Michel was at the Montreal Marathon, where she bought for the first time her first running shoes, and I have to say it's the most beautiful running shoes I've ever seen in my life. Cartus is more than just a mobility device, it's a tool for social inclusion. It helps prevent loneliness by enabling people with limited mobility to participate in outdoor activities alongside their friends and families. Sometimes we forget, but having people with disability in your entourage can put a lot of pressure on friends and families, and often it's also them that are limited in their activities outdoors. Being able to use a Cartus wheelchair opens the possibilities for having outdoors activities. Some of our clients are children who have parents who lives with Alzheimer's, and they purchased a Cartus chair for being able to go outdoors with their parents as a meaningful activity. Through Cartus, we offer a deeper and more meaningful activity that promotes social integration and the well-being of its user. In a testament to the real-world effectiveness and appeal of Cartus, we have been fortunate to see our wheelchairs become an integral part of outdoor experiences in CEPAC parks. These parks, recognizing the need to make nature more accessible, have acquired Cartus wheelchairs for their visitors. This integration not only validates the effectiveness of our product, but also underlines the commitment of these organizations to inclusivity and accessibility in the great outdoors. Apart from my work with Cartus, I've been involved in various nonprofits that work toward improving accessibility. These experiences have broadened my understanding of the varying needs in accessibility and inclusivity. As a paraclimb instructor, I've further extended my mission for inclusivity and outdoor activities. This unique perspective enables me to understand and cater to the diverse requirements of individuals with disabilities. I firmly believe that enhancing accessibility requires a multifaceted approach, and my varied experiences have enriched my approach towards this mission. As we can see in the different pictures, on the left is while participating in the Quebec Mega Trail, which is a 25-kilometer race. We did it as a team of hikers last July, and with us is Samuel, which would not be able to experience this trail if it wasn't for the Joëlette. It was a very touching moment and very hard hike, but we were very happy to do so. In the middle, we also see a paraclimbing session in Victoriaville at Campus Escalade. We organized these activities with Accès Grimpe, which promotes the paraclimbing as a whole in Quebec. And on the right is a wheelchair paddleboard with my friend Kimby. As I said earlier, Cartus is one way to help accessibility, but there are several others, and varying these experiences is very interesting for people with disabilities. If I take Kimby, for example, she's an adept of Cartus wheelchairs, but it's also interesting to change activities because the experience is a lot different, and it's always appreciated from either Samuel or Kimby to try something new. In regards to the future of accessibility, the future that I envision is an outdoor world that's accessible to everyone, a world where outdoor adventures and experiences aren't a luxury for the few, but a right for all. I firmly believe that Canada has immense potential to become a leader in creating accessible parks. With the concerted efforts and innovative solutions like Cartus, but not limited to, we can make this vision a reality. Accessibility should be a collective responsibility. I urge everyone to join us in the mission to create more accessible spaces and equal opportunities for everyone. In envisioning this future, one crucial factor that can help us promote even more the accessibility is to consider the aging of the population. With the demographic shift towards an aging society, the needs for accessible outdoor spaces will only increase. The application of universal design principles in the planning and design of parks and outdoor spaces will ensure that these areas can be used and enjoyed by everyone, regardless of age or ability. Thus, it's not just about addressing today's needs, but also planning for the future. To sum up, the need for outdoor accessibility is both urgent and important. We need to recognize and act upon this need to create a more inclusive and equal world. I encourage everyone here to join us in the mission. Together, we can make parks and outdoor spaces more accessible and enjoyable for everyone. At Cartus, we're committed to driving this change one wheelchair at a time. Let's all strive towards a future where everyone, regardless of their physical abilities, can experience the joy of the outdoors. Thanks a lot for being here in the presentation. I would be very happy to have some feedback, and if you have any questions regarding Cartus, general accessibility or other activities that I've shown in this presentation, you can always email me at philippe@cartus.ca. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. It was great to hear about some of the efforts happening in Quebec and some of the partnerships you've been able to form to help people get outdoors. There's some great stories there of people reconnecting with the outdoors.
Thank you, Alison. I have to say it took me quite several takes to have a 15 minutes presentation, as my English was a bit rusty.
No, it was great. You're doing great. My French is very rusty, so we're okay. We had a question come in asking if you've had any luck being able to add Cartus wheelchairs to national or provincial parks in like a rental or a borrowing program. Yeah,
so I talked about our CPAC experience. People have to understand that we're still a startup, so we have launched 5 years ago, and we have like a hit from the pandemic, which slowed down a lot our business. But we had a partnership with CPAC Parks, which purchased 9 Cartuses that they've distributed in 9 key parks, and most of the time the Cartus are free to borrow. You just have to reserve it in advance, and it's in the main chalet, which is the main venue where you would go to register. And I often get email from people that were thrilled to see that we're there, and sometimes friends that just go on the CPAC and are very surprised to see our Cartuses over there.
Amazing. Yeah. And hopefully we can continue to expand that and get more of these chairs in all sorts of parks. We had another question come in. I think this is a great one. So they wanted to say that they're so grateful for the work you're doing for inclusion and equity for persons with disabilities to enjoy the outdoors. And they want to ask if there's a plan for Cartus to develop a wheelchair that they can push and maneuver themselves.
For now, it's not our main focus because there's several products that already address that need. We really want to focus on all the persons that don't have the physical ability or cognitive ability to enjoy the outdoors. Can be as I said, like people with degenerative disease, people with disabilities. We have a lot of people that live with the Alzheimer's, cerebral palsy. And as far as I understand the market and the products that already exist, we don't want, as I said in the presentation, competition, those products. I think they're really great products. We just really want to address the gap that these products don't necessarily look at.
Yeah, for sure.
Fair enough, but yeah.
Yeah. No, and I think there's room for all sorts of products in the market and stuff. Like there's, it's still such a niche market. So the more people we can get in there developing technology and products, the better. This might be a good, you might be able to address this question. And if not, maybe we can put it to some of the land managers later. But have you found that there's any liability? Are the parks concerned about liability in having the equipment? Is there training for folks, or do they sign waivers? Has that been a concern or a pushback at all?
It's a very interesting question. As far as CEPAC, and I'm more aware of the inclusion and the accessibility efforts in Quebec and not in other parts of Canada. But here it was really from the top, from CEPAC, which wanted to have their parks more accessible. And for people that know the environment at Quebec, we have Groulx, which is a really good organizations that promotes accessibility. And as far as the waivers or the liability, I was not made aware what they were. And I don't know if they prevent the use of cartus in certain trails, but I think there's a base of confiance is trust. There's trust in people using these products, but I don't know for say if there's a waiver that they have to sign. Honestly, it's really simple. I know that they made it free, so you don't, which is nice. You don't have to pay a fee to use these products. You just have to reserve them in advance.
For sure, yeah. And I think it speaks, we kind of talked about it earlier in the conference, there is a certain inherent risk of going to parks, and some people have more of a risk tolerance than others, or they might be looking for more of an adventure off trail and stuff. So I guess it's also everyone's personal preference for this sort of thing.
Yeah, but I think because we have the same questions when we try to organize events in the other organizations I participate in, and I think there goes a lot to having a good judgment and trusting some person. And I think with disabilities or not, even if I go climbing in the outdoors, there's a high amount of risk that's maybe greater than someone using a cartus on a fairly beginner trail. If we can talk about the Joëlette experience at QMT, it was a very advanced trail, and the organization put the trust, and basically we were responsible for anything that would happen on that day.
Yeah. We actually, to circle back for a second, we actually have Groulx presenting a little bit later on today as well. So it'll be great to hear from them. I think we have time for just one last quick question. Someone is asking if the cartus folds and how do users get it home? If they own one, how do they get it to and from the park typically? Yeah, absolutely. So we have more than just organizations that buy our cartus. We have several customers that are, in French, it's des particuliers, which is families that purchase our cartuses. The backrest folds, and you can easily remove the wheels. So I've had people that fit it in the backseat of a Corolla, which I don't recommend. But any type of SUV or van, you can fold only one seat, and you'll have plenty of space to put your cartus and other stuff in the trunk. Fantastic. Yeah, that's great to hear. Okay, and I'm going to squeeze in one last one because I think it'll be a fairly quick one. And this is a great one maybe for land managers and just people looking to plan their trips is how wide does a trail need to be to use a cartus trail? So I guess how wide is the wheelchair? So it's a typical wheelchair. So the width is standard. It's the length that sometimes let's say you have a ramp that you have to go to, because sometimes we have long-term residents that take the person from their bed to the cartus and downstairs. It can be a bit tricky, but it's also a main advantage that makes it easy to use on certain trails and rough terrain. But in terms of width, single track is going to be very hard, but regular
trail is it's often if a wheelchair passes, a cartus passes.
Perfect. Great. Thank you, Philip. Any questions that we didn't have time to get to, we're going to collect them. I'd love to send them to you. I think people would love to know more about the product.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker this morning is Jamie McCulloch from Rocky Mountain Adaptive. Jamie is the Executive Director of Rocky Mountain Adaptive, a nonprofit organization that makes mountain sports and recreation accessible to people with disabilities. Jamie himself has more than 20 years of experience working in adaptive sports as an instructor, coach, and trainer. His enthusiasm, passion, and experience for adaptive sports and recreation led him to co-found Rocky Mountain Adaptive, where he continues to advocate for adaptive sport and recreation while still making time for his main passion, working hands-on with individuals of amazing abilities. Welcome, Jamie.
Hello and welcome. My name is Jamie McCulloch, the co-founder and executive director of Rocky Mountain Adaptive, and it is my absolute pleasure to be presenting to you today at the 2023 Parks Accessibility Conference. I go by the pronouns he and him, and am a white male in my mid-40s. My presentation today will be focused on the successes and challenges of accessible and inclusive recreation in all of our parks based on Rocky Mountain Adaptive's own unique experiences we've developed as a charity, and will also be in the form of a PowerPoint that will include a video and some photos to add variety and some context to the presentation. So let's begin. I am incredibly privileged and grateful to be spending my working life in the adaptive sport and recreation world. It's a place where I feel incredibly lucky and have met some absolutely incredible human beings. As the pictures on this slide show, it's pictures in here of me in my happy place, out in the mountains, wearing my Rocky Mountain Adaptive jackets and teaching skiing and mountain biking. In the photo in the top left, I am in a sit ski teaching a young woman in a sit ski as well, up at Sunshine Village in Banff National Park. The photo on the right is me stand-up skiing and standing at the top of a mountain with the Canadian Rocky landscape surrounding me. And in the bottom left is a picture of me leading an adaptive mountain bike experience at the Canmore Nordic Centre Provincial Park. I would like to start off by showing a little video about how our charity got started. As well as explaining our origins, it highlights the reasons why access to the outdoors and our natural wilderness environments are so important. During this video, it flicks between different photos that shows pictures of the individuals that were the reasons of RMA getting started, mountain landscapes of Banff and Jasper National Parks, as well as Alberta Parks, which are all the bases and the parks at which we operate our programs. We also show examples in the video of different specialized equipment for such activities in the park, such as hiking, skiing, biking, and paddle sports. The audio in the video and the narration is that of myself.
Let's start by taking a moment. Taking a moment to imagine you're skiing or snowboarding on a bluebird day. You're kayaking on a stunning lake. You're hiking to the summit of a mountain surrounded by friends, sitting on top of the world, watching life unfold hundreds of feet below you. In these moments, how do you feel? Over 20 years ago, a young girl had such an experience. The experience and thrill of learning to ski with her brother for the first time. She felt the wind in her face. She was surrounded by mountains. She experienced the feelings of accomplishment, joy, and independence. This girl's name is Claire. Claire lives with autism, and she's my sister. Rocky Mountain Adaptive was born out of a passion for outdoor mountain sports and a desire to make them accessible to everyone of any ability. Rocky Mountain Adaptive developed because of my sister Claire and because of another young girl named Michelle living and skiing with cerebral palsy. Michelle's father Ian said, "Jamie, I've been thinking about your dream, the adaptive ski and snowboard school. Let's do it. But not just snow sports. Let's make every single sport and recreational activity in the mountains accessible. That dream became a reality thanks to a generous donation by Cullen McFadden's parents. Cullen's involvement in our programs gave them first-hand knowledge of just how important these experiences are. Their belief in us was integral in making all this possible. At Rocky Mountain Adaptive, we believe that mountain sport and recreation positively impacts physical and mental well-being and should be available to everyone. Our continually growing community is made up of individuals of all ages and ranges of physical and neurodivergent abilities. We're an ability sport organisation. By working with each person's unique abilities and strengths, by providing specialised adaptive equipment, professional instructors and trained volunteer support, we remove the barriers to participation. The RMA dream is to reach as far and as wide as possible, making sure that experiences that my sister Claire had all those years ago are available to as many people as possible. We invite everyone to join our community, to share in the next chapters of our story. When people of all abilities join together to share their determination, their passion, their skills, their experience, and their time, amazing things happen. With all this support, with the belief of our community, with the resources to support our programs, anything can be achieved. Barriers broken, goals realized, and mountains summited. In loving memory of Matthew Hamer and Claire Gosling.
So now I'd like to move on to the main part of the presentation. Firstly, I'd like to introduce some of the park partners that we actually work with, where we actually operate our programs. So in the photo on this slide here, we have a young lady that's using a hand cycle. The lady lives with cerebral palsy, and she's parked right in front of the Banff sign in Banff National Park, just at the entrance to the Banff town site. So Banff National Park being one of the main parks that we use, but also Lake Louise Yoho and Jasper National Parks, and a whole load of different Alberta parks, mainly around Kananaskis country off the Highway 40, which is an absolutely incredible area of the world. The next slide here, as I kind of look on to highlight the barriers, is of an individual riding a Bowhead Reach adaptive mountain bike that's navigating a narrow trail in extreme mountain environments with steep banks, trees, uneven trail, and encased in the jagged peaks of the Rocky Mountain landscape. The rider is a gentleman visiting from Switzerland who lives with a spinal cord injury. The very nature of our natural environment, of our national and provincial parks, can throw up many natural barriers for individuals of mixed abilities. This could be the terrain, inclines, declines, or the very weather systems that frequent the different parks. Obviously, for ourselves, providing inclusion and access to recreation in the Rocky Mountains, this is heightened even more. In addition to the barriers of accessible washrooms, parking, and equity of access of services in the parks and around the lakes and trailheads, the barriers that I would like to highlight come from the feedback of our community of program users. This feedback, especially more so from the individual that are destination visitors from across Canada and internationally, is around the accessibility challenges around getting to the parks and the general infrastructure and needs around the additional parts of the experience. These include things like the accessibility and affordability of transportation options into the parks, and then also around the parks once they're here, accommodations, and access to just the local businesses and different services available to other people other people visiting the park. An additional barrier to mention is also around the education and awareness of what actual resources are available within park currently, how to access them, and how individuals can be part of parks relative to the uniqueness of their mobility and or neurodivergent abilities. So with barriers, always comes solution if we can look in the right places. As we go on to this next slide, we're now going to chat about some of those things that we found that can create breaking those barriers and making sure there is inclusion in our parks. And while there are many potential solutions to look at, for example, being the implementation of the Accessible Canada Act within our national parks and the subsequent facility and trail system enhancements that we can expect, the support of and the increase in programs like ours in trying to remove barriers to access, increasing the education and awareness around what foundations and opportunities already exist, and highlighting the work that still needs to be done and the benefits of why. It is, though, the evolution of the adaptive equipment design and production that I'd really like to highlight here. In the last 5 years, there's been an incredible increase in the options and design of adaptive equipment that has been able to enhance individuals' abilities to access the park and enjoy them in their own unique terms, with increased amounts of independence during the experience. Many of these designs are embracing electric technology and with absolutely incredible results. This, though, leads to another solution that needs to be found, and that is to establish clear and appropriate policies relative to this equipment's usage and fit within our park systems and trails as the mobility devices that they are, that are providing access and through their very design are removing barriers. It would be an incredible shame if innovation and technical advancements keep finding ways of creating and increasing accessibility and inclusion in our parks from coast to coast to coast, but the barrier remains just due to policy and wording that does not embrace the usages of this equipment for the people that can really benefit. On this slide, there's a series of photos I'd like to introduce. In the top the top left is a Rocky Mountain adaptive instructor who is teaching a boy the skills for skiing so that he can ski in the mountains with his friends and family. The boy lives with Down syndrome. Adaptations to promote access in our parks does not just come in the way of specialized equipment, but it's also adapting the technical aspects required to be able to cater to the unique learning styles of individuals living with neurodivergence. In the top center, we have a group of 4 individuals that are sharing a hike up Mount St. Paran at Lake Louise. The lady in the center of the photo is using an adaptive hiking setup called a trail rider. This setup provides the solutions and support the lady requires to share in this experience, while also at the same time living with spinal cord injury and multiple sclerosis. In the top right, we have a group of about 20 people that are standing and sitting on top of a mountain in the winter as part of a ski and snowboard camp in Banff National Park. This camp consists of individuals living with cerebral palsy, autism spectrum disorder, vision impairments, spinal cord injury, Down syndrome, amputation, and other sensory challenges. In the bottom left, we have a close-up picture of a world-leading adaptive bike in action on the trails of Canmore Nordic Centre. It's called a Bowhead Reach and is built in Calgary, only 45 minutes from where we operate our programming. In the bottom right, we have a picture of a sit-down paddleboard that has fixed pontoons for increased stability. The wheelchair sits in place on the center of the actual paddleboard, and it is staged for an afternoon paddle adventure on Upper Kananaskis Lake in Peter Lougheed Provincial Park. These pictures are great examples of how equipment design and professional support structures can help provide solutions to accessing recreational experiences in our parks. As we look to the future, the ideal is that we get to the stage that every Canadian and visitors Canada has the opportunity to experience our incredible range of parks in their own unique way relative to their goals, their aspirations, and the uniqueness of their mobilities and neurodivergencies. The photo in this slide is of a lady, again in a trail rider, but this time that's sitting on top of an 8,000-foot mountain with a group made up of her friends, co-workers, professional adaptive recreation staff. The lady in the picture lives with quadriplegia. Now, everyone has the right to access the vast array of parks that Canada has to offer, and to have the experiences that my sister Claire did all those years ago, and that this lady Quinn has in this picture right here. In our parks, the opportunities are endless. Our vision at Rocky Mountain Adaptive is to realize these opportunities for all Canadians in their own unique way. Again, if we go back to this picture, this lady that feels at home in the Rockies has only ever got to experience the mountains from the valley floor looking up at the peaks. Her dream was to hike, summit, and sit on top of a mountain and watch life unfold beneath her. This dream was realized when she shared it with our team at Rocky Mountain Adaptive, which started a process of planning, training, risk assessment, using specialized adaptive hiking equipment, getting collaboration with the parks that the summit was in, and the bringing together of 40 people that had a wide range of usable skill sets that were united in their passion for the outdoors and their no limits attitude to make what seemed impossible possible. The message being here is that when all individuals, organizations, our park systems come together to collaborate, to share their determination, their passion, their skills, their experience, and the time to find solutions, anything can be achieved. Goals can be attained, barriers can be broken, dreams can be realized, and mountains can be summited. Many thank you for your time today in listening to me, and I'd very much like to welcome any questions if we have time.
Thank you, Jamie. It's great to see you and hear from you again. That video you shared was really moving. And I have to say, I had the opportunity to go kayaking with one of your teams a couple of years ago, and it was such a great experience, and getting to talk to the individuals and families about how possible it is to make outdoor recreation accessible was just fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're very lucky. We're in the midst of another incredible summer. The demand is just increasing. We have more and more people of such a wide range of abilities getting out and recreating, and sharing in those experiences with family and friends. And just it's all about equal access and us all being able to enjoy the wonderful outdoor environments that we have across this beautiful country.
Absolutely. So we had someone put in a question. They said they'd love to participate in a Rocky Mountain Adaptive initiative at some point. They're autistic like Claire and have motor skill issues. And she's curious how you broke down those barriers so that she could maybe do the same, replicate that in Ontario for herself.
Sorry, how do you mean, like setting up a similar program there? So
no, I think more like advocating for herself when she goes to parks maybe, or wants to participate in activities that aren't adapted for in the way that Rocky Mountain Adaptive has done. So maybe just what things should she do for herself to advocate for her needs?
Indeed. It's realizing again, like your aspirations of being there in the park and being able to find the correct people to be able to ask those right questions. But also it's a double-edged sword. It shouldn't just be on the individual living with, whether that's a physical or a neurodivergent challenge, that should be the one asking the questions and finding out for themselves. It has to be our land managers and systems and parks having the knowledge and that. So when someone asks that may need to experience a park in a slightly different way, that there's the education there from the park staff to be able to ask the right questions to find out about the uniqueness of the individual, and then be able to provide the answers and solutions around that park usage to that individual, so they can experience that on their own equal terms. So it has to work both ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I think that's why these sorts of events are so important, so we can learn from each other and get that information out there to people. Lisa Franks, she was one of our presenters on day one. She just commented saying that Rocky Mountain Adaptive showed her what was possible in the outdoors, and that she's now trying to push the limits even more. And just a big thank you for what you guys do.
And it's great seeing when, and like Lisa is an incredible example, where not only is it that access to the outdoors, but like when you get to fulfill those passions and you have that determination, the individuals are then going to create their own access. And yeah, Lisa herself, I mean, it was a wonderful presentation she did a couple of days ago, I think on the first day of the presentation. Just pushing the boundaries, and the main thing is that education and awareness, so other people of all abilities see that representation of themselves in parks and can keep the movement going forward. So
yeah, absolutely. A great question came in on proposed trail accessibility grading systems. So if you had any comments on that or recommendations on trail rating systems, I think specifically taking into account access.
Yeah, this is definitely a big area of improvement. And like there's so many different variables within different parks, and also such a big variation now. We're blessed with the incredible different range of adaptive sports equipment that's out there and available. Some of which can make very challenging terrain a whole lot easier, some that can only be used on very easy terrain as well. So there is a little bit of complexities about that. But again, like that is just a barrier that is still present that can be broken down. So something that we're doing for example here to highlight a partnership is we're working closely with our Alberta parks, and we're trying a pilot project where we're going into a couple of different Alberta parks that we don't presently operate in to do accessible sport and recreation audits. So what that entails is we look at the structures within those parks, the trail systems and the infrastructure, and through that then provide, hey, if like you had this and this equipment, this would create more access from here. And by getting to know like the uniqueness of the park, the uniqueness of the individuals of the communities that visit that park, and then looking at like what equipment potentially could be there, or what different changes could be made for individuals with sensory challenges or neurodivergencies. And then you can build up kind of that reference within there as to like, yeah, what can be done on each trail, who could access what with what equipment. But yeah, for me to make the most impact there, it has to be done to the uniqueness of that park, the individuals visiting that park and that equipment. And so
yeah. Oh, I think we'd all be very interested to hear about more of that process and those results once you've done that, because I think you guys will have a very bit of a unique perspective on that sort of accessibility audit in relationship to the activities and the equipment that you guys are able to support. I think we have time for one more quick question. I know that you guys do a ton of pre-planning when you look to kind of set up an activity for someone, especially if it's a more individualized activity, like someone wanting to do a hike. So I imagine that you spend a lot of time also going to the parks, but also looking at what information is available online about the parks. And if you have any examples of parks who have good website content on accessibility or recommendations on what content you'd want to see on these websites when you're making those plans.
Yeah, definitely. Like again, Alberta Parks, just because we're in a partnership with them, like they're starting to develop that, and it's come up in a couple of different presentations, reference to one of their headline aspects around accessibility in a wilderness setting, which is the William Watson Lodge Park. So when you go onto Alberta Parks and then go into that, there is a little bit of kind of more accessible information around recreating different trail systems, which is great. But, and again, it is across the board. This is an area of improvement. We're seeing it. Again, I can't speak about all national parks across the coast, but only in relevance to our partners at Banff National Park, Lake Louise, Yoho, and Jasper National Parks. Since the introduction of the Accessible Canada Act, it is so encouraging seeing the enthusiasm, the outreach from our neighboring national parks that we operate in to ask questions around how they can promote it. We've been doing photo shoots, so within like visitor guides, like there's actually representation and pictures, and then like showing what trails can be done. So there is great progress right there, which is phenomenal, and we look forward to that getting even more positive. But yeah, ideally it would be perfect that anyone of any ability can go onto a website, not have to come to a specialized organization like ours to ask the questions of, hey, I'm coming here with my hand cycle, or I'm coming here with some friends to do this, like where can I go, like what trails are suitable. If all that information was readily at hand on our national parks and parks like websites and information, and at the visitor centers as well, when people get there, or the staff knowing that as they call, is something that we can continue to strive to get to year on year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're on our way. It's a process, but I think like you said, the amount of attention that's being shed on this issue lately is really encouraging. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to leave it there, Jamie. Thank you so much for coming today and sharing about Rocky Mountain Adaptive with us.
Yes, thank you so very much for the opportunity. And I wish everyone a fantastic last day of the conference.
Thank you. Any questions that we didn't have time for, we will collect those. We'll send them over to Jamie to answer for the website. We will now take a short break. Our next session will start at 12:45 Eastern Standard Time. Please use the next few minutes to take a screen break, get some fresh air, or move your body.
Here at Toronto Rehabilitation Institute, we have an exciting research opportunity for people who use mobility devices. The advertisement is titled, "Have Your Say in Designing Accessible Public Spaces." We're looking for people who use wheeled mobility devices to participate in this research study. We want to learn how dimensions of the spaces you use can be improved to make public spaces more accessible to navigate. Findings from this study will be used to develop building policy and design guides to improve accessibility in public spaces for Canadians who use wheeled mobility devices. To participate, you must be at least 18 years old, live in Canada, and use a wheeled mobility device such as a manual or power wheelchair or mobility scooter during everyday functional activities. Participants will be asked to attend a single session, approximately 3 hours long, and use their wheeled mobility device to maneuver through a set of paths and perform other daily activities, such as reaching to push a button. A series of questionnaires will also be completed. The study visit will take place at one of the following locations: Toronto Rehab University Centre, located at 550 University Avenue, or Toronto Rehab Lyndhurst Centre, located at 520 Sutherland Drive. Participants will receive an honorarium to compensate for their time and travel costs, such as taxi, parking, and gas money associated with participating in this study. For more information about the study, please contact Alison Novak at 416-597-3422 extension 7878 or by email at alison.novak@uhn.ca. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Welcome back, everyone. We will be starting the next session shortly. Just a reminder, information about how to submit questions and how to access ASL can be found in the chat. Our first speaker this hour is Isabelle Ducharme from Groulx. Isabelle is the president of the board of directors of Groulx and has been involved in social integration activities for people with disabilities for over 20 years. Her personal experience of living with a spinal cord injury since her car accident in 1988, combined with her master's degree in tourism management and planning at Ducharme Université in Montréal, my French accent there is coming out a little bit, give her a unique perspective on the barriers faced by tourists with disabilities, on solutions to be implemented to promote tourism for all. Welcome, Isabelle.
Good day. My name is Isabelle Ducharme. I am a white woman with gray hair, very short. I am wearing a brownish color t-shirt with buttons on the top of the shoulders, and I have blue eyes. And I will be presenting today a nice slideshow that I will start right now to give you more info about what we will be talking about in the next 15 minutes. Bear with me while I share my presentation because I'm a quadriplegic that has a bit of a longer time to do things. So here it is. Here we go. So I will be talking about accessibility through the lens of customer experience. And to do that, I will start by saying that I am representing Groulx and I am chairwoman of the organization. And I thought it would be fun to put a picture of me in a park that was taken not too long ago, where we see that I had long bluish purple hair. It had different shades in it. I like to play around with color in my hair. And recently I did a shave your head challenge to raise money for cancer. So that's why I now have short hair. We also see the logo of Groulx, which says accessible tourism culture, and has a nice little luggage with the pictogram for disabilities, including mobility, hearing, and visual impairment. So here is what we are going to be talking about today. The presentation will be about a bit about what Groulx does for a living, Universal accessibility, reminder of the quick definition. What is customer experience? My favorite place to go that has a good customer experience put in place, PAC National Dutta. Then we will talk about the priorities when we want to apply the customer experience. And in conclusion, I will be also showing what should be the things that we should put in place for long term. So in my introduction, of course, I have to describe a little bit more about Groulx. Groulx, K-E-R-O-U-L, is a contraction of Quebec and Roule. It was founded in 1979 by André Leclerc, who is a person that has cerebral paralysis. He was founder, owner, CEO for 40 years until he retired. And we try to just keep up the good work that he did. It's a nonprofit organization, and we do promote and develop accessibility through audits, training, and publications for people that want to travel. And we also are key consultant with the Ministry of Tourism. So we definitely have a good support on their part to make sure that the province becomes more and more accessible. And I put a nice picture in front of the Frontenac Castle, it's really like a big, we see it on a lot of postcards and promotions when we talk about the province of Quebec. It's right in the Quebec City area. And on the picture, we see a woman in a motorized wheelchair and a man in a manual wheelchair. So what is the definition of universal accessibility? I'm pretty sure most of you already know. You probably have different versions of it. Here I have the one that we put in our last publication back in 2021. And basically it says it's the character of a product, process, service, information, or environment that, with a goal of equity and inclusive approach, enables any person to perform activities independently and achieve equivalent results. In a nutshell, it just makes sure that whether you have a disability or not, you can do the same activity, have access to the same information. And here we have a nice picture next to the definition of two people again standing. This time one man is standing and a woman is in a wheelchair, and they are both pointing at the nice birds that they see in the botanical garden. So what is a good customer experience? When we talk about accessibility, usually we're talking about buildings or we're talking about training, but we're not talking about the whole experience. So if we want to talk about customer experience, we have to think about it as a journey from before the person goes to the park to when the person is ending their visit, that they are able to do a full experience. That means you have to feel welcome. You have to be able to prepare your stay, and you have to be able to know that you will get the service that you need when you get there, depending on your abilities or disabilities. You have to have a way to find your way around the space. So that means importance of signage, importance of knowing where it will be more difficult because of a certain slope or because of a certain type of ground. Also, you have to be able to participate in activities, whether it be swimming, whether it be skiing, whatever the activity. If there's an option for general population, there should be an option for the population that has any type of disability, where possible, obviously. And then in some activities, you might need to be accompanied by somebody. You might need an interpreter. You might need to have somebody help you transfer into a a chair that will go into the pool or that will go on the sand. And also, once you've done all of these activities, you need to be able to give feedback. You need to feel that you have the option of saying, your staff was wonderful. It made my journey perfect. Or you said this place was accessible, but on the day that I went, there was some construction and there was nothing telling me there was construction. Or there were supposed to be animations by guides and there were no guides that day. So you want to know that you have the possibility of letting them know what goes well and what doesn't go well, and that it will be taken into account the next time. So that's basically what the customer experience means, is think of the journey from when you're at home and all the way to when you get back home. The key things I wanted to talk about also, or I mean, maybe put into more details, is lots of times we forget that the customer experience can start from home. If you have a website and it doesn't say anything about accessibility, or it doesn't have a dedicated section, I might not know that you have accessibility in your parks. Same thing with the phone. If you have a phone line that is dedicated, or a staff that is dedicated to answering the questions, or at least staff that has a list of what is accessible or what is available for equipment on the grounds, then it will make me want to go. It will make me want to tell people that I found information and we should try it out. And if you have a mobile app, don't forget that there is a way to make that mobile app accessible for all. So accessible for people that are blind, that have visual impairment, but also accessible in a way that a language that I can understand, in a way that there are pictures for those who can't really read that well, but also that your pictures have descriptions, of course. So why do I want to talk about Le Parc National d'Oka? It's because it's a park that as I mentioned, I like to go to frequently with family, on my own, with friends, go to celebrate or just go to relax. So here, what I want to say for them is that they have an accessibility manager. So somebody that really looks after the accessibility in all of its aspects and all year long. That's the reference person for anybody, from the person that is the groundskeeper to the one that plans activities and to the general manager. Also, they do a yearly plan accessibility plan review. So what did we do? What went well? What should we do different next year? What should we add that we don't have yet? And also, just they think of how to make sure that we are welcoming to people with disabilities. So their website has a section dedicated to what they can offer regarding accessibility. They offer free admission for the person that is accompanied by somebody. They have adapted activities. So whenever you want to do one of their education activities, there are adapted versions, so that if it's not in a park area that is that accessible, they will bring elements to you. And also they have free equipment rental, and I will show you in just a little bit what those equipments are. And in the picture here, we see somebody in a motorized wheelchair that is being shown the plan of the park. Other things that we get, they have 3 types of accommodations. And one is the compact cabin, one is the ready-to-camp tents, and you can just bring your own tent. But in all cases, they have an adapted version, included adapted sanitary blocks. And here I have 2 pictures. One on the left is the tent that you can see look like a scout tent, and on the right is one of those compact cottages that are very well, as we can see that the entrances are really well done and really flat, and you have all the equipment that you need just like anybody else. They also have a nice beach, one of the main reasons a lot of people go. And on the picture, we can see that they have a long ramp that goes all the way to the water if you are able to get into the water on your own. But also they have two ways that you can enjoy the beach. One is the hippocampe and the other one is the boardwalk. So there's a boardwalk that goes all along the beach. And there's also a hippocampe, which is a wheelchair with two big wheels in the back and one small wheel in the front. So the picture with the hippocampe has a nice little family. The little girl is in the wheelchair, and there's probably little sister and the mother. And we also see a couple holding hands. One is in a wheelchair, and the man is standing up, and they are walking on the boardwalk. And we can see that's in the fall, so it's a 4-season park. They also have trails that are 4 seasons, and the way you can have access to them is by using that same wheelchair that I was talking about, the hippocampe, but they also have what they call a skivel, and that is its skis that are connected together, but that you can just roll in with your wheelchair, and that way you don't have to transfer into it like you would do in an hippocampe. So what are the priorities that you should put in the application? Make sure your website is accessible, both with the accessible feature, but also with the info. The customer service mean that people are trained to understand the special needs of people with disabilities. Customer journey has to have good signage, inclusion in all activities, and adapted equipments. In conclusion, put a person in charge of accessibility, conduct safety audits, consult people with disabilities, monitor best practices, establish a permanent feedback process, and standardize the customer experience from one park to another is very important. And we see a nice picture here of a mother with her child in a manual wheelchair in a park. So in conclusion, if you need any more information, you can contact me through the website, the Keroul's website, keroul.qc.ca, or with the phone number 514-252-3104. Thank you.
Hi, Isabelle. Thank you. And I'm so sorry about those technical difficulties to Isabelle and to everyone watching. We will make sure that we post the video on our website so that everyone can watch it properly without any of the pauses.
I hesitated when I was doing the video, but not as much as it seemed when we showed it today.
I know, I'm sorry. It's always so hard, these live events, eh?
These things happen.
Absolutely. It was great to hear about Keroul and the work you guys are doing in Quebec. What you mentioned about Parc National Dutta, about having an accessibility manager is such a fantastic initiative there. And do other parks in Quebec have that? Are you seeing that start to expand?
That's the one I know for sure. I know other parks that are not national parks have it. And it definitely makes a difference, because otherwise, people are working, sometimes you're 2 different departments working on the same project because you're not talking to each other. And then when it's finally going on, then you realize that both department works at the same time. So that is really key to making sure that one person knows everything that is going on regarding accessibility, but it's also key for the people that are looking into accessibility and have questions, and that person can most probably, if they don't have the answer, can refer them to the right people, and that way you're not just doing your thing and maybe sometimes it can even make it that it becomes in conflict if you're doing construction but you're not letting people that are taking care of trails know that you're doing construction and vice versa. So it's really key to making sure that the whole park is working together and informing, everybody's informed of what the others are doing.
Absolutely. And I think up until now, and even still, a lot of times accessibility is a secondary role to someone's job. You know, they do something else and they're also kind of the accessibility person. And I think it would be a really great movement to start seeing someone whose full-time job is knowing about the accessibility and advocating for the accessibility from inside the park, so that when they're constructing a new trail, it's very clear exactly who within the organization they need to be consulting with and talking to, and external too, right?
Right. And if it's not a full time, it could be, you're working 40 hours, but we're calculating that 20 hours of your week is allotted, like there's different ways of doing it, but knowing that there is that one person that is the referral, and that is also the one that is making sure that when a project comes through or when anything that can impact accessibility is being put together, that person keeps an eye out to make sure that they don't forget the accessibility in the project. Because even in the building code, it's one of the last aspects in the building code. So it's the same thing everywhere. And as it always is, when you have people that have people in their life with disabilities, it's easier to think about it. But when, lots of people work in parks or anywhere else and never had any contact with people with disabilities. So it's not necessarily a reflex to automatically say, okay, we're doing this new thing. Is it going to be accessible? We're changing this thing. Is it going to be accessible? Is it going to be temporarily inaccessible? And it can be temporarily inaccessible, or it could be that you can't make it accessible, but you need to let people know.
Mm-hmm.
That's also key, to letting people know, well, this is, too steep and we'll never be able to flatten it out to be suited for everybody, but at least before you go.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it speaks to that information piece that I think just keeps coming up time and time again over the last 3 days. So Keynote, helps create these really accessible experiences for people. And so thinking more broadly, do you think the tourism industry as a whole, like what role they can play in park accessibility and maybe destination marketing can help spread the word about accessible experiences and accessible locations?
I think it has to be intertwined, because when we as Canadians enjoy our outdoors, but when we get calls from abroad, from Europe, even from the States, most of the time they want to know what they can do in outdoor spaces. So I think it's really something that should be in the way that people think of promoting parks, and the way it should be included. Like the tourism part of the parks is so important that there should be more collaborative work between the tourism industry and the parks, so that the promotion is done together. Because a lot of people, especially regarding accessibility, a lot of people think that parks are not for people with disabilities because there's going to be too many issues, because there's no proper equipment. Like my manual wheelchair won't be able to go into a trail, but they don't know that there are equipments now that exist, or they think that none of the trails are going to be accessible, but there are more and more trails accessible. And there is more to do in parks than just trails, there needs to be a common promotion for parks and tourism for in the general Canadian world, but in each province as well, and in local areas as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think it's parks, tourism, and then organizations like yours, Rocky Mountain Adaptive, Kootenay Adaptive, right? There's organizations in each province doing incredible work. And how can we just, like you said, intertwine all of this and create a more cohesive experience for people with disabilities to find what they're looking for and then get out and have those experiences.
Right.
Amazing. Okay, Isabelle, I'm so sorry, but we have to leave it there in order to stay on track.
No problem.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We'll collect all the other questions and we'll share them with you after the conference.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers is Craig Paulson, joined by Gelenys SnowDymond and Mikhaila Carr. Craig works for BC Parks and runs the Capital Infrastructure Program in the northwest corner of the province. Craig has been working on accessibility-related park upgrades since 2009, including universal design standards, park audits, and accessibility research, but it is most passionate about connecting with people at work or at play. Gelenys is a naturalist, interpreter, and pioneering advocate for accessible parks. A polio survivor raised in and around Jasper National Park, Gelenys has been pushing boundaries in accessing natural spaces her whole life. She has a RHFAC certification and over 40 years experience working in the field of universal access and barrier-free design. Mikhaila is an undergraduate student pursuing her Bachelor of Planning at the University of Northern British Columbia. Mikhaila became involved with goals of improving access and inclusion in parks through her position as a research assistant with the Nature for All team. In their presentation, Craig and Gelenys appear on screen first, sitting next to each other on a porch outside, surrounded by trees and potted flowers. After, Mikhaila can be heard presenting her research. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be at this conference, and I really look forward to your questions. My name's Craig Paulson. I'm with my friend and colleague Gelenys. We're coming to you from Gimden clan territory of the Wet'suwet'en people in Smithers, BC. I'm Craig Paulson. I've been the recreation section head for BC Parks in Northwest BC for the last 13 years or so. And that means I work on capital infrastructure projects. And that also means that I get to, when we're replacing infrastructure in our parks, get to work on some accessibility work as well. And Gelenys, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, Craig, and hello everyone there. I'm Gelenys, and I'm an elder, and I'm a polio survivor, and I'm a universal accessibility consultant and a pioneer in universal access in natural environments. I'm a professional advocate and have been for almost a long time, over 45 years. And I have been working with Craig for the last 13 years since I moved into the Smithers area from the Rocky Mountain National Park District area down in southeastern British Columbia.
One of the first things Gelenys did when she moved to Smithers is, the way I like to tell it, is she came to town and she tracked down the parks office, which is in a nondescript building downtown, and got a meeting with the regional manager at the time and myself, and looked at us straight in the face and asked a simple question: what are you doing to make your parks more accessible for everybody? And since then, we've been actually making a lot of great progress in our parks. In 2015, we started an external advisory committee for accessibility in BC Parks, and that committee has been going on ever since. We've also done staff training in accessibility and universal design. We've did audits and assessments of all our front country and roadside parks in BC, where we gathered information for park managers and also put objective information for park visitors online to help people plan their trips. We've struck a number of amazing partnerships with doing research with Spark BC and collaborating with the Rick Hansen Foundation and Spinal Cord Injury BC on lots of different projects. And mostly we just learned a lot along the way.
Yes, in regards to society's understanding towards equality for persons with impairments and the opportunities, we started back in the 1970s. Canada signed into the United Nations Agreement that led into the International Year in 1981, and then the International Decade of Disabled Persons up until 1992. And during that time frame, the Canadian Charter of Human Rights came back from England, was signed by Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau and the Queen. And it was the first time that Canadians with impairments, disabilities, were given the opportunity to be seen and recognized as equal citizens and having equal human rights. This brought a lot forward in regards to opportunities, as well as mandating that the national parks and the provincial parks and other jurisdictional areas, that they started to really truly start to understand what it means and what it takes to become universally accessible and inclusive for persons of all levels of ability, vision impaired, the deaf, hard of hearing community, multicultural community, languages, English as a second language, and such as that. So that's where I think that, our parks here, in 2014, Craig and I and my husband Joseph, we went to Ottawa to the International Summit of Accessibility and Inclusion, and I was asked to give a presentation there. And so profiling the progress that was being made by BC Parks in initiating what you're doing here in our region and throughout our province.
Yeah, we did a great project on Haida Gwaii a long time ago, and it really opened my eyes and the eyes of the organization up to the importance and the possibilities of what we can actually do. And it's been a real pleasure and treat to be develop personal relationships with Gelenys for many reasons. One is Gelenys is a story keeper and has lifetime experience and knowledge of all the history of how we've gotten to where we are, and a long history working specifically with parks.
So our national parks were originally started back at the same time as our Dominion was being founded in the 1800s. And when those fellow surveyors were traveling along and coming into the Rocky Mountain area, and they found the Cave and Basin, and they started to realize that it was really important to set aside very, very unique, sacred, and pristine areas for the health and well-being of all Canadian citizens. And so that was actually what was the seed that started the beginning of the national park, and then into the provincial park systems, was the recognition that natural places and natural spaces offer and are essential for the health, well-being, and for lifestyle medicine for us as human beings in our interaction with nature and in our interaction with one another.
Yeah, and I'm happy to say that the collaboration is continuing, and we're continuing to learn in the spirit of, health and healing. We'll pass it over to Mikhaila, who we're happy to support in her super interesting research that I'm really thrilled to present to you now.
So hello and welcome everyone. My name is Mikhaila Carr. I have long brown hair. I am a white woman. I am wearing glasses and I have a pinky brown sweater on. I am a research assistant on the Nature for All project, a partnership between academics, organizations such as BC Parks, and members of Spinal Cord Injury BC. I'm excited to share the research findings with you from my undergraduate thesis. In order to experience the parks, having access to reliable and current information is critical. As Craig mentioned, BC Parks has collected objective accessibility standards data and photos in parks across the province. The photo on the screen here is taken from the BC Parks Accessibility Information website. The information provides pictures of various elements at Robson Rivers Campground and a broad description of each category, such as exterior pathways and campsites, using objective standards data. Yet from this type of information, it is difficult for people to assess to which level the park's environment might allow them to participate, or how the park might actually be experienced with their particular embodiment of space. So to create a new type of information, we explored how interactions with barriers and enablers of access in outdoor spaces were experienced by persons with disabilities. And then we sought to weave those lived experiences in BC Park spaces with the existing objective standards data to produce content where someone might be able to determine how well each park environment might meet their access requirements a little easier. So this process was done while recognizing that each experience of disability will be entirely different from one person to the next, but may share some similarities in how a site might be navigated or experienced. And each team member represented various embodiments of space to provide diverse experiences. We used Polaroid cameras and field journals to document any interaction with barriers and enablers of access in outdoor spaces. The photos were used to support group discussions that explored issues of access, overall usability, and how their interactions with infrastructure and amenities made them feel. Our first finding highlights how crucial providing access to key features in outdoor spaces is. Key features represent meaningful experiences and the reason to visit a site, like lakes and rivers and views of mountains. At one campground, our team member with a mobility impairment did not have access to the view of Mount Robson as everyone else had, as it was located down an inaccessible trail. They asserted that they maybe would have spent one night and left the next day. 99% of a site could be accessible, but if the missing 1% is an inaccessible key feature, it is likely that people without access will just leave. The creation of cognitive space was key to enhancing the team members' experiences of the parks. By cognitive space, I mean the ability of the thinking mind to fade into the background and not be so on. It allows you to feel into your body and into the present experience that you are having. The presence of frequent benches created important cognitive restoration opportunities. Color stripping on the stairs allowed people to confidently and unconsciously stride along, and consistency in accessible services and infrastructure created a familiarity that allowed people to trust that their access requirements will be met in a BC park. Lastly, team members highlighted the importance of information delivery. The proper type, quality, and placement of information was central to meeting the requirements of our team members. For a team member with a sight impairment, they're often unable to get close enough to read a sign because it's too far from the trail or it's placed too low to the ground. This is where the choice of font, text size, and color contrast are also very important to consider in signage. The most effective wayfinding systems were simple and intuitive, such as plain directional signage with arrows and a brief description of what might be found down that trail. And there was an audio station at Driftwood Canyon Park that was equipped with local music from a band, spoken Wet'suwet'en language, and a brief history of the area. Not only did providing audio increase accessibility, but it also provided opportunities for social bonding and a deeper connection to place. And storytelling across the BC parks enhanced people's connection to the site and its histories. A short accessible trail at the base of Mount Robson contained a story walk with signs that seek to indigenize the park by depicting the history of the local land spoken through the local Simp First Nation. Team members were able to learn, feel as though they were able to participate in the site and in the shared responsibility that comes with knowledge of our muddied histories. Storytelling was so powerful within the parks. Our hope is that storytelling can enhance the online accessibility information as well. Out of the group's reflections, the stories combine their subjective experience with objective data. The example featured on the screen here takes a person along these plank steps through the forest by providing descriptions derived from the field journals and group discussions. This highlights how the boardwalk was experienced by our team member with a sight impairment, so that someone else with a sight impairment may determine whether this will meet their access requirements. My initial plan was to produce stories that represent lived experience by using fictional characters to allow them to see themselves in another's shoes, much like the persona work and empathy exercises that designers commonly use. But many of these practices can overlook the life context and create oversimplifications of entire experiences of disability. So this is why I decided to keep the stories in the words of the community partners and only fictionalize in areas of the story that may provide a reason for visiting the site, like a family vacation. So the last thing I would want to do is to erase the true meaning and value of the hard work that our team members have put in. And I hope that each of us here at the conference can continue to share and learn from one another to create a more accessible outdoors. Thank you, and I'll pass the mic back to Craig and Gail.
Thank you, Mikhaila. I hope everyone found that interesting. For me, the most eye-opening part of this kind of work is just that, like, when we're designing park infrastructure and working in parks, we lean on standards, but they're very impersonal. And like Mikhaila's research is really bringing color and the personal touch into it. And I think that's the most important thing.
I would encourage everyone to consider who it is in your life, whom you care for or whom you know, that you can do these modifications and improvements for, so that you can personalize the work that you do and you can reach into your community. If you don't have that resource person or that understanding immediately at your fingertips, then I would really encourage you to find those avenues that can help to broaden your awareness and therefore broaden your relationships, and that will bring a closer understanding of your opportunity to remove the obstacles that often have impeded individuals from equal participation. And I'd like to really thank you and encourage you. We're in a time of major change, and social change is sometimes takes a little while. The biggest thing that I've witnessed over the last 50 years is that it takes commitment and overcoming fears and apprehensions. So I really just really like to acknowledge the work that you're doing and encourage you to see that you have a really major part in and valuable part in the progress of developments in our national and provincial parks.
Thanks, Gelenys.
Thanks, Craig. Thanks for help. Thanks for accepting me when I came, and thanks for implementing all of the marvelous things that have been going on.
It's been a real pleasure and an honor, and really, like, the decisions that I make when I'm sitting alone in my office aren't 1,000th as good as they are as when I pick up the phone and collaborate. I was just thinking as you were speaking that, you know, if I find myself doing work on accessibility or inclusion, and I feel all alone and I'm working on inclusion work by myself, that it's time to call a friend and bounce some ideas around, because that's where I am able to learn and get better ideas and make better decisions.
So thank you, guys.
Thank you. And welcome, Craig, Gelenys, Mikhaila. Thank you for sharing all of that information. I think it is so valuable, and it's great to hear about the work that is going on in BC. We have a few questions for you guys. We'll try and get through them. Gelenys, when you mentioned lifestyle medicine, I love that term, and I was wondering if you could share what that means to you personally and how parks can support healing and wellness.
Lifestyle medicine is our path every day, I believe. You know, we make choices as to what we eat, where we go, what kind of clothes we wear, what kind of relationships we have. Going into the natural environment for me is, and for many others, through the parks. The parks provide the stage in the flora and the fauna, in the interpretation is really important. I know that I've been involved in helping to develop interpretive panels that relay the information around the properties and the history with the indigenous peoples, and the fact that we can go to various areas for little or no expense is really important. And to take those pictures and those images, whether they're in our minds or we capture them digitally or on canvas or in any other manner, preserves the essence of that sense of well-being that you receive while you're there. And then you can relay that and share that with others.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And I think there's so much great work happening and so much work to continue doing to help promote that in parks. Mikhaila, sorry.
If I can just interject, there's this term in the tourism industry and in the marketing, it's called vitamin N, and that's vitamin nature. And so it's like just understanding all of those different aspects of color and texture and all of those things that we can cherish, and they can help us through those hard times when we're feeling depressed or we're feeling isolated or we're feeling contained because of viruses and all of the different things that are happening, right? So that's what lifestyle medicine is.
Wonderful. And I have not heard that term vitamin N before, but that's pretty fantastic and does a great job of encapsulating that, because I think there's so much anecdotal evidence, but there's also a lot of actual scientific research that supports what we already know about how healing spending time in nature is. And again, how important it is that everyone has an opportunity to access nature and its healing benefits. Mikhaila, thank you for sharing that research with us. What do you think is the best way for us to encourage policymakers and park organizations to use these findings and implement change at their parks?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, I'd like to apologize to Gelenys. I realized I called you Gail in the end of the presentation, so sorry about that, Gelenys. I think for policymakers, there's been a lot of conversation about information delivery at this conference this year, and that's a huge priority. And so I think for policymakers, paying attention to the lived experiences is one of the most important things that we can do. And so by diversifying that type of information that is coming from someone with a lived experience of disability is extremely important for informing standards development, but can also bridge that gap, I think, between these really specific objective standards and the people who are actually experiencing them. And so I think paying attention to all of these experiences and really taking those in and considering them and learning to work with people in a good way, I think is the most important thing that policymakers can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think finding ways for us to bridge the gap between academic research and, for lack of a better word, real world implementation is also going to be a really key way for us to make the most out of this research that so many people are starting to do. And what do you see the next steps for your research, and where do you see it going next?
Yeah, absolutely. So the PAS project, which I had the honor of carrying to this storying process, this was a pilot project. And so it included a very small group of people with diverse abilities. And I think we'd love to create more information and maybe develop some type of information delivery system so that people can easily access this, but also, increase diversity in the people that we're working with, so that we have a range of experiences that we can hopefully represent so that people can better make decisions about whether they think that a trail or something like that might meet their needs, as opposed to just, taking a shot in the dark. So.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. That's fantastic. It's so topical as well, I think, for this conference, and the amount of talking that's been going on about the importance of delivery. Craig, it was great to hear about how BC Parks has been working on staff training to improve park accessibility. And I was wondering if you could elaborate more on what that staff training entailed.
It was a few years ago now, and we did it over. We put out a contract, and we ended up hiring the Rick Hansen Foundation to lead staff training sessions in each region in BC. They did 5 or 6 sessions, a bit of a roadshow all around the province. And they connected with local disability advocates and organizations in each community to gather adaptive equipment. And we did it. It was a 2-day training course. We did 1 day in the classroom and then 1 day out in the field. And there were a number of kind of simulators. We had goggles and chairs and crutches and different adaptive devices for staff to use. And then after we did, after that, we identified regional. Each region had like an accessibility lead, and then we did a follow-up training. After all that, with a little bit more of an intensive one with those staff, with the idea of the training would kind of live on. But on reflection, I think if we were going to do it again, we would develop some online modules or YouTube videos or something like that, so that we can, in conjunction with in-person training, because it's hard to have a 1 or 2 day course live on when you have turnover and people move around.
Yeah. Gelenys, did you want to respond?
Might I speak to that also, Craig? One of the, when the training was happening here in this regional area, it was very impressive, and I would think that you had considered this in the other areas as well, that the people who were going to be implementing the upgrades and the work, the contractors, the fellows who were going to be working on the trails and the different site improvements, they were also included with staff in that training process. So now that they are in the parks and they're doing the work, they have that experience that they gleaned, that knowledge that they gleaned from those experiences alongside of the park facility operators and the staff that were involved. So that builds the capacity within the whole community and extends out into the individual towns and the different projects that those individuals are involved with as community members.
Mm-hmm.
If I can just add, that was actually one of the most memorable parts. Is, I know there's questions, is seeing, we invited construction contractors and contracted park operators to join the training, and to see a construction contractor come and open their eyes during the training, it was amazing.
Amazing. Yeah, maybe we'll need to get you to write like a blog post or something about that training and lessons learned and what you do better next time, because I think that could be a really helpful thing to be sharing. Unfortunately, we are going to have to wrap it up there. We're just really tight on time today. Thank you all so much for joining us, sharing your research, your experience, your expertise. It's been really valuable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig, Gelenys, and Mikhaila. Our final speakers are Mark Groulx and Heather Lamb. Mark is an associate professor at UNBC's School of Planning and Sustainability and a registered professional planner. Mark's research focuses broadly on sustainable, resilient, and inclusive communities and specifically on the importance of community engagement and placemaking in effective collaborative planning. Mark is currently leading the SSHRC-funded Nature for All project. Heather is a social worker with Spinal Cord Injury BC based in Prince George. In addition to her direct work with clients, she is also the info line team lead and part of the Access BC team. She sits on a number of disability and accessibility committees at the national, provincial, and local levels. In their presentation, Mark and Heather speak from off camera and alternate turns speaking as they walk us through their slide presentation. Welcome, Mark and Heather.
Hello, everyone. Very pleased to be here to share a little bit about the Nature for All project today. My name is Dr. Mark Groulx. I'm an associate professor in the UNBC School of Planning and Sustainability. I'm a white male, and today we're sharing from the traditional territory of the Lheidli-T'enneh in Prince George, BC.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Lamb and I'm a social worker with Spinal Cord Injury BC. I'm a white woman and very pleased to talk to you today about Nature for All.
We're going to try and share a bit about Nature for All as a story today, and we have a bit of a roadmap for our story, which is going to come in 4 different parts. So we're going to talk a little bit about the beginnings of the story in a chapter we're titling It Starts with a Need. We're going to talk a little bit about how we developed a collaborative approach on the Nature for All project in a chapter we're titling Learning to Work Together. We're going to share some of the findings from the Nature for All project and how we went out to gather data in a chapter we're going to call What the Data Show. And then we're going to talk a little bit about how we can move access forward in nature spaces in a chapter we're referring to ways to move forward.
Spinal Cord Injury BC has more than 65 years of experience helping people with physical disabilities to adjust, adapt, and thrive. Many of our staff have disabilities, and we have been working with communities and governments to improve accessibility in all aspects of society. Back in 2007, we played a pivotal role in Measuring Up the North. The project connected 41 local governments, disability organizations, businesses, and citizens in northern British Columbia. Communities learned about accessibility, developed their own priorities through dialogue and assessment, and created local solutions for more accessibility. This successful 3-year project led indirectly to our Access North project. Staff at SAIBC noticed an increase in calls to our information line about accessible recreation and outdoor spaces. These inquiries came from our own members who wanted to be more active and visit natural spaces in their home communities. But we were also getting more and more calls from across the world. People told us they wanted to visit BC and experience our amazing natural environment, but needed accessible infrastructure to do so. The mental and physical health and well-being benefits of natural spaces are well known and are one of the reasons people are drawn to BC. The benefits for disabled people are similar to the general population, though opportunities to be included have historically been harder to find. We knew about some great local sites that had been made accessible, and we were happy to share those. However, if people asked about parts of the province that we hadn't personally visited, we realized there was no single place to find information about accessible outdoor spaces. We knew that we must be missing some, and we wanted to do a better job of answering these questions. Out of these conversations was born our Access North project, an ambitious project to audit outdoor spaces across the North and create a single database where people could find answers to common questions about accessibility. We were able to get some funding to hire and train community members who completed hundreds of audits one summer. We used that information to create a very detailed database of information about accessible outdoor amenities across the North. The only problem was what to do next. We didn't want a website with dated information that would become inaccurate over time, but it wasn't feasible for us to revisit every site often enough to ensure updated information. Recognizing the importance of local knowledge and capacity and the important role that tourism plays in outdoor spaces, we created Access BC by developing partnerships with local governments, tourism organizations, and facility operators across BC. We work with locals by facilitating universal design training, performing accessibility audits, and creating accessible travel resources. We value local knowledge and local solutions to common accessibility concerns. and we encourage our partners to promote the excellent accessible outdoor spaces in their areas. Our hope is that over time this will lead to a more robust network of accessible recreation opportunities. And one of the most successful outdoor partnerships that we've created is with Dr. Mark Groulx at the University of Northern BC.
As Heather mentioned, much of the work that's ongoing on the Nature for All project was already taking place. That meant that academic partners were very much invited into ongoing community work. What became the Nature for All project and what has grown into our specific work, continuing assessments of outdoor spaces across the province of BC, has really evolved over 5 years through a partnership between UNBC and Spinal Cord Injury BC, with many other partnerships and connections to tourism organizations across the province, as Heather mentioned. Through this partnership network, and particularly through the relationships and trust that have been built within our team over time, we've been able to evolve from a research perspective towards more of what I would describe as a community-based participatory approach to our work. So our work involves research and action rooted in equitable partnerships. We acknowledge that partnering across the academic community boundary comes with hurdles for both academic and community partners, and we attend to those challenges together. But we also recognize that it also comes with many other benefits like program innovation opportunities, increased relevance of academic outputs, and opportunities to explore new methods of inquiry together. In addition to an overall collaborative orientation, our team really sought to find something more actionable to guide our work together. We developed 5 principles for collaboration that continue to guide our work to this day. Principle 1, we believe the foundation of functional partnerships is a network of relationships built on trust, respect, dignity, and transparency. Principle 2, we believe collaborating effectively to produce positive impact in society involves recognizing and valuing the diverse expertise and knowledge each partner brings to a collaboration. Principle 3, we believe trust and transparency are built when partners share in decision-making processes and actually see the impact of their input on decisions. Principle 4, we believe partnerships are strengthened when participation in research activity provides mutual value for all partners involved in the network. Finally, Principle 5, we believe respectful participation in partnerships includes recognition of the constraints that all partners may face regardless of where they're coming from. We use those principles to guide our work collecting and ultimately analyzing assessment data of outdoor nature spaces across BC. The tools used for data collection on the Nature for All project are a bit of a story in and of itself, but in short, over a year-long period, we worked as a team designing, testing, and redesigning a smartphone-based data collection platform that pairs with an online dashboard for managing data. We acknowledge the great work of Dr. Carr and his Berg team at UNBC in technical aspects of this work. Basically, the device that you see in the image on the screen of a gentleman sitting holding a smartphone shows Pat holding our smartphone data collection application, which contains 27 different checklists and over 220 different accessibility standards for common infrastructures we might find in an outdoor tourism and rec setting. The standards come from reliable and relevant sources like the 2010 ADA standards, the BC Building Code, and ask for relatively simple measures like the cross slope of a trail to determine if a piece of infrastructure or an asset meets the required standard to be less than 1 degree in this case. As a team, we traveled to and documented over 6,700 distinct measurements at 132 outdoor destinations across the province of BC. Each measurement determines whether a barrier is present or not, according to that standard, and collectively the data set that we have gathered provides a cross-sectional perspective on the extent that barriers are present in the spaces we assessed across the nature continuum. Our analysis of that assessment data was relatively straightforward. For each of the more than 220 standards in our tool, there's a threshold that a measure is to be held against. For instance, a ramp should have a cross slope of less than 1 degree. Each time we measure an infrastructure element or an asset in nature, it either complies with the standard or it doesn't. Within the field of outdoor tourism and recreation, Compliance analysis is described as the measurement of a key system element like an infrastructure design or a service behavior against a relevant criteria and threshold to track the extent to which the system deviates from an ideal or perhaps a legislatively required state. Basically, we determine whether the 6,704 measurements that we took were compliant with an adopted standard or were not compliant and presented a barrier to a current or potential user. Then we examined each infrastructure type to determine how well or how poorly our outdoor spaces in BC were doing at providing a barrier-free experience. So what did the data show? In short, the data showed that unfortunately outdoor spaces across BC are rife with barriers that either entirely preclude use and enjoyment by persons who might have a disability, or create a friction in the experience of nature that suggests to some they don't belong in the space given the way that it was designed. We identified hotspots in our project as those infrastructure categories or asset pieces that had the highest preponderance of barriers. Of the 132 different sites or destinations we assessed, none were barrier-free. Of the 974 infrastructure elements we assessed, so that could be a style of picnic table, a pit toilet, a parking lot, less than 5% were barrier-free. We identified 5 hotspot categories of infrastructure that presented the highest level of friction to the experience in nature. These include washroom stalls, outdoor stairs, parking lots, benches, and picnic tables. I won't go through the data in a detailed way for each of them, but for instance, of the parking lots that we assessed at sites, of 94, 77% met fewer than 1/4 of the required standards. Of the 114 styles of picnic tables that we assessed, so not a particular picnic table, but a type, 51% met fewer than 1/4 of the required standards. This was unfortunately a common theme across many other infrastructure categories. On the right half of the screen is an image of the Toe Hill Boardwalk meandering through the coastal forest on Haida Gwaii at Naikun Provincial Park. Bright spots on our project were unfortunately few and far between, even when we adopt a pretty low bar for calling something a bright spot. On our project, to be a relative bright spot, we asked that a piece of infrastructure or a feature meet just half of the required standards. Through this lens, trails could be considered a bright spot. Of the 55 trails we assessed, 73% met more than half of the standards. The other type of bright spot that's important to mention, though, are those exemplar projects that are leading the way and showing that access and inclusion in nature can be done right. The image on the screen of the boardwalk at Toe Hill in Naikun Provincial Park on Haida Gwaii shows an amazing project delivered in partnership with the Haida Nation and BC Parks. In addition to interpretive materials that share origin stories and connections to the land of the Haida people, the boardwalk demonstrated here has traction materials across its entire length, strong contrast with the buffers along the side of the boardwalk, and not shown here, pullouts along the way for folks to pass if they're using the boardwalk. Perhaps most importantly, though, the boardwalk takes you to a truly amazing experience along the coastal environment of Haida Gwaii that all can access and enjoy together.
With the recent introduction of accessibility legislation, first in Canada and now in BC, we can look forward to continuing improvements in accessibility in all aspects of society, including in our parks and outdoor spaces. It will take time before we see better accessible spaces on the ground for people with disabilities. The regulations associated with the legislation are time-consuming to develop and implement. We are hopeful about the potential for accessibility improvements with this legislation and increased public conversation about how important accessibility is. However, with our many years of experience advocating for improved accessibility, we know that having something on paper is only the beginning of the process to seeing change. We also know that we have to continue to educate facility operators and governments around the importance of meeting and hopefully exceeding existing standards and codes. As Mark explained, very few facilities meet the current standards on accessibility, and that won't change unless there's an emphasis on compliance and enforcement with the new legislation. Education on the how and the why of accessibility is important, but those who are not able to comply for whatever reason need to experience some kind of significant consequence. Without this penalty, without enforcement, it will be a long time before disabled people have equitable access in our society, and we would like to see this happen sooner. But we are hopeful. As jurisdictions in Canada move forward with implementing accessibility legislation, people with disabilities will hopefully soon be in a better position than we ever have been. And we can learn from the experience of other countries. We can use our collective disability knowledge to develop strong and evidence-based national and provincial standards. We can develop education and tools to aid in implementation. And by choosing to build towards a better future for all, we can develop outdoor spaces that are truly accessible to disabled people.
Thank you, Mark and Heather. This was some fantastic data that you guys collected. I think I'll echo some of the things you said and say it is disappointing that so few sites were barrier-free or even meeting the required standards, but I also think it's valuable for parks to know where they're starting from, and then they can make informed and meaningful decisions about budgets and work prioritization. So hopefully with that in mind, they will see those improvements coming soon. And I think those bright spots also speak to the fact that improvement is possible and it is coming. We've had a couple of questions come in about the general population being able to access the data. Can you share about how people might be able to get those results from the audit and the data collected?
Yeah, absolutely. I should maybe begin with just a bit of a point of clarification that in the context of the data we collected, parks would include some regional parks, community parks, and other outdoor spaces across the nature continuum. But because BC Parks had already completed its own set of audits, as Craig had mentioned, we didn't go in and re-audit spaces. So the outdoor tourism and rec spaces that we audited are outside of BC Parks in terms of the context we looked at. In terms of access to the data, there's probably a short-term and a longer-term answer to the question. Not included in this presentation is some of that amazing work that Dr. Hawk and the Berg Lab at UNBC is doing. They've advanced us pretty far down the road in developing some dashboard and database tools that allow working with and accessing this data to be a lot more efficient. So short term, we're in a position where if there's an interest in accessing the data, reaching out to myself as a point of contact, there's an opportunity to put together and look at spreadsheets, even spreadsheets related to particular categories of infrastructure. And longer term, the aspiration for the dashboard and database has always been to have this data more visible out in the public. By no means are we the first to be doing accessibility auditing. There's amazing work going on across the country, but getting more and more of this data out into the public realm where folks can access it more easily, where policymakers have to see it and identify the changes that need to be made as a result is important. So as we move forward with the dashboard, there'll be an opportunity to connect in and hopefully access over the longer term in a flexible way some of these types of data.
Amazing. That's great. And I think we do have your contact details posted on the website. If we don't, we will add those so that people can get in touch for more specifics about the data. Can you guys share more about the assessment tool that you used? I know there's a few out there, but I also know that parks have started to develop tools internally. Yeah.
Do you want to take that one, Heather?
Sure. So we started off with doing paper copies, and then we progressed to PDFs. And then when we started working with Mark, we realized that we needed a better option. So we had hundreds of standards that we gleaned from the ADA, from the CSA, from the BC Building Code, and a number of other documents that we'd pulled together. And we tried to choose the best standard for each type of infrastructure, but we needed a better way of collecting the data and reviewing the information afterwards. So we started with the smartphone tool that was great for more useful in the field, but also great for someone like me who's visually impaired, because it could be voice activated. So there was a number of things that we used to make it as accessible as possible, and it's grown and developed and matured over the years. Mark, do you have anything to add?
No, not unless there's a specific follow-up. I think that was great, Heather.
No, that's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. And is that app like readily available for other parks to use, or do you guys have primary like ownership over that?
We're in the end stages of developing and testing and ensuring the tool is fully stable. So at the moment, the tool is hosted in the Google Play and Apple Play Store, but in a restricted sense that we're working closely with partners as Wakar Hawk's team or Dr. Hawk's team ensures that it's fully stable and ready for other folks to use. And we have about 8 months left on the project that's leading some of this development work. And I think we'll get to a place where wider availability for those who might be interested in partnerships is in place by the time we wrap the project up.
Amazing. Yeah, I'm sure there will be parks that are very interested. So you'll have to keep us up to date on that. I thought it was very interesting. So Heather, you spoke about gathering all of those standards and kind of picking the best ones or the ones that were maybe meeting the highest level of accessibility. And I thought it was interesting that so many of the sites like parking lots and outdoor stalls were not actually meeting the required standards. Can you talk a bit more about specifically what they were missing and what we should be looking for in the future?
So part of the problem is the standards that we're using for parking lots are meant for more of a built environment or city space. So consequently, rustic outdoor spaces may not be paved, for example, or may not have lines on the ground to show where a person should park, which is fine if the site is not busy, but if it becomes busy, then it means there isn't enough space for someone who needs a wheelchair accessible space. So I think that's a big part of the problem, and signage is a big issue. Level spaces to park is a major issue. It wouldn't be obvious to the average able-bodied person, but for a wheelchair user or someone who's visually impaired, it would be a fairly big barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I think this speaks to the immediate and urgent importance of those outdoor standards that Accessibility Standards Canada is working on in the draft that they have out now, and why it's not always possible to just take the building standards in an urban location and kind of carbon copy them into park locations.
Absolutely. And we're not suggesting that every park should pave their parking lot. That's not realistic, nor is that maybe the best use of resources. But there are ways that facility operators can make their dirt parking lots much more accessible than they currently are.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully as we start to develop more standards that are more specific to park locations, we can kind of bridge that gap and take into consideration the unique environmental landscape of parks alongside the accessibility needs that might require a certain amount of infrastructure and engineering. All right, guys, I think that is all we have time for today. In order to stay on track, we've been running slightly behind schedule today. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Heather, for joining us and sharing this research and these initiatives going on in BC.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. We also had a comment that you can visit the boardwalk that Mark mentions in the video as a virtual hike at naikoonpark.com. So that's naikoonpark.com. I think we're going to put that in the chat as well for people to copy. Thank you to all of our speakers this past hour. We are so grateful that you were able to join us today and share about the work that you're doing to improve park accessibility. We are now going to take a slightly longer break. After the break is our Campfire Chat. My colleague, Hannah Dudney, will be moderating that session. So when you return from the break, it is Hannah that you will see and hear introducing that session and moderating that discussion. We will be back at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See you all then.
close quarters, a camper has her headlamp turned off for her. Text. Day 2. Hiking through McCulloch Pass. 14.2 kilometers. 8.8 miles. Morning. Shoes, socks, and insoles arrayed to dry outside a tent as campers emerge. Everybody around the camp table in all their layers. Cups, bowls, sporks, spoons, snacks. A bag hand labeled coffee. In the center, a canister stove with a pot atop it that begins to steam. The tall peaks that blocked the sun last evening, now in their morning spotlight above trees and the trail out of camp. Campers on a tiny stretch of beach facing across the lake. One in a puffy jacket poses as another with her hood up struggles to get the lake, peaks, and her subject all in frame for a photo. In shorts, sandals, and t-shirts, the two wade into the sunny shallows, one with a small camp towel. Wrings the towel in the lake. Breaking down tent poles and packing up. On the single track across meadow. On boardwalk, the ramparts looming massively ahead through haze. Past a horse pen and cabins. On a footbridge of milled wood over a shallow brook. A sign with arrows and distances to campgrounds. Rounding a marshy, boulder-strewn widening of the brook, shrubs and trees surrounding. In marsh, the hikers using trekking poles skirt the flooded trail along its border of skinny logs, each no wider than a shoe. A songbird atop a scraggly pine in a meadow marsh. Fording a shallow creek, stone to stone. And again across a log as the trail steers upward through a rolling field. A sign reads, McCulloch Pass, 2,210 meters. An arrow and text beneath it indicate the campground is 7 kilometers ahead. Shaggy seed heads of western pasque flowers wobble in the wind. Hands loosening laces and prying off shoes for R&R. Reclining against the pack among the meadow flowers in crisp daylight. Beyond, in a strange haze, a barren terrain patched with snow overtopped by ghostly crags. A lime green caterpillar clumsily inches over rocks and up the side of one shoe. A hiker wearing her pack faces snow and scree to the right of the trail. With her camera, a small avalanche of purple blooms behind her on the left. Her partner arrives and they walk on through patchy meadow, rolling terrain and across another rushing stream via footbridge. Text, Portal Campground. Assembling the stove. Stirring fixings into a simmering pot. Tasting from the spork. Thumbs up. A level but pebbly clearing for a tent. Arriving hikers set their packs down. Zipping in behind the fly of the assembled tent, drawing her pack behind her, a hiker parks it beneath the overhang to shield it overnight. Inside, it's bright and multicolored, early to bed. Breaking the tent down. Stuffing the pack. Lacing up. Text. Day 4, hiking to the end of the trail, 10.2 kilometers, 6.3 miles. In sun hats, shorts, and t-shirts with trekking poles, a long and gradual ascent of a very steep and mammoth valley carved by glacier. A rocky trail cutting through remnant rock slides. Where there are trees, they appear young. Wider and more distant views across the valley as the trail ascends. A trail sign for the turnoff to the Portal Trailhead parking lot, just 400 meters away. At a rushing river, an elegant-looking footbridge with a handrail signals they've arrived. One hiker steps right in to swish her hands in the bluish rapids.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hannah Dudney. I'm a young white woman with long red hair, wearing a white shirt. I'm a research analyst with the engineering health team and one of this year's conference team members. I welcome you all to the Parks Accessibility Conference Campfire Chat. And just as well-prepared campfires require diverse elements to thrive, our conference presenters and panelists have ignited the conversation on fostering an accessible and inclusive park experience for all. As we gather around this metaphorical campfire of ideas today, we will reflect on the insights shared throughout the conference and envision a future where the warm glow of accessibility illuminates every corner of our beloved Canadian parks, leaving no one behind in venturing the great outdoors. What a fantastic few days we've had at the 2023 Parks Accessibility Conference. Thank you all for being here with us and for joining us for our final conference event before Tilak closes us off for the year. Today, I have with me 4 panelists with diverse backgrounds and experiences in parks across Canada. Together, they will reflect on topics from our conference and discuss some next steps for accessibility and inclusion in parks. Before I begin by introducing our fantastic panelists, I want you all to know how you as audience members can participate in the Campfire Chat today. I encourage you to ask questions, answer questions, or share comments using Zoom's Q&A function or by calling into one of our team members. One of my team members will shortly put our phone number and email in the chat for you. I'll do my best to address as many of these questions as possible today. After each question I ask, we'll hear from 1 or 2 of our panelists, and then I'll take a look and read some audience questions or comments. As I mentioned, we have 4 panelists to help us reflect on this year's conference. They have a wide range of both lived and professional experiences within the realms of parks and accessibility. They also happen to be joining us from various areas of Canada, including Ontario, Nunavut, Nova Scotia, and British Columbia. First, I'll briefly introduce each of our panelists before we get started. Kristen Habermel is the owner of Atlantic Accessibility in Nova Scotia. As one of the lead instructors nationally for the Rick Hansen Foundation's accessibility certification, she brings energy to both the learning and the application of assessments with clients such as Parks Canada. Tricia Kaplan is the Director of Trail Inclusion Initiatives at Trans Canada Trail, Canada's national trail network. In this role, Tricia manages national initiatives to remove barriers and make trail opportunities and the trail sector inclusive, accessible, and safe and enjoyable for everyone. Noah Papatsi was born and raised in Iqaluit, Nunavut, Nunavut's capital, with 7 sisters and now father of 5, 3 of which are adopted. Noah shares his experience of an accident that left him blind and how he continued to become a city councillor for the city of Iqaluit from 2013 to 2015 and president of Inclusion Canada from 2005 to 2015 and 2017. Isabelle Sack is a consultant with a focus on inclusive design, digital accessibility, and social transformation. Isabelle began her career as an interpreter at Point Pelee National Park and continued, eventually leading her to numerous positions related to accessibility in Canada. This includes co-authorship of the next generation of digital accessibility standards with the World Wide Web Consortium and co-design projects at OCAD's University's Inclusive Design Research Center. Welcome, Kristen, Tricia, Noah, and Isabelle. Now that you all know a little bit about our 4 panelists, it's time to reflect on this year's Parks Accessibility Conference. The goal of this year was to really focus on innovative solutions toward improving accessibility and inclusion in our national parks, as well as provincial and municipal parks. As we know, there's many interrelated parks there. With that goal, we've had the chance to learn about many solutions, including physical and social innovations. For example, the physical innovation described by Lawrence Gunther in his description a remote research station with audible sounds throughout that allowed blind folks and people with low vision to locate different buildings, as well as the shoreline and specific buoys. We also learned about social innovation, as explained by Kate Zeeland in BC Parks staff training techniques, where trainees could expand how they conceptualize the thought of disability in the workplace. And these are just to name a couple that we heard of these last few days. So that leads me to my first question, which I'll open up to our panelists. So when thinking of either social or technical solutions to improve park accessibility, what was one of the most memorable solutions you remember from the conference? And why was this the most memorable or powerful solution to you?
Well, I'm happy to jump in. I will open as saying I am a middle-aged white female. I brought a marshmallow on a stick because I heard it was a campfire chat, so hopefully we can snack as we go. But I was just so encouraged by the entire conference. I have enjoyed it immensely. And listening to the solutions, knowing that this question might be posed, I was really reflecting a lot about that as I listened to different speakers. We heard about the Cartist outdoor equipment, and we heard about Rocky Mountain Adaptive. And I thought, how do we decide what these most memorable solutions are? Even Lisa's incredible van was another great solution for certain situations. And when I really boiled it down, I thought, you know what, none of these are true solutions on their own, because every need is so different and every person's experience is so unique. So that kind of reminded me of what Stan was speaking about in his fabulous talk, when he said, we shouldn't say something is accessible. We need to say what is present so people have the freedom to choose what is needed. So my most memorable solution is actually the importance of providing clear and concise information so that people can make informed decisions. I work with a lot of assessments, and one of the things that I do working with our clients is helping people understand how to bring clarity to what is in the built environment. An example of this was I had the privilege of working on the Peggy's Cove redesign, and what a phenomenal experience we have here now in Nova Scotia, a completely it's safe to say almost completely accessible experience for people of all abilities. And that has been tested by some pretty phenomenal people. But we can't change natural landscape. And so in doing so, one of the approaches has been to make sure that where we know there are significant slopes encountered, we let people know the percentage of grade that is on that slope through signage at the beginning of the trail before a decision has to be made, so that we also let them know where the drop-off points are so they can avoid those places. So that would be my example of a memorable solution, information. I really don't think we can ever have enough, and it has to be in all forms: Braille, tactile, ASL, simple wording, photos go a million miles with descriptions so that people who have limited or low vision also can benefit from what the photos are demonstrating. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kristen. I think you really touched on one of the biggest themes we saw in our conference, which was that access to meaningful information for a wide range of individuals who want to visit a park or who are at the park currently. Do any of our other panelists have anything they want to add to kind of that access to information in parks? Isabelle, I see, yeah, would you like to?
Thank you so much, Kristen. That was you pulled together a lot of things that were discussed over the last few days. I just wanted to add that information is about telling stories, and a lot of the time. And so what some of the presentations that really stood out to me were the ones that highlighted how to tell the stories of the parks. And so I was particularly taken with Hans-Stefan Lindner's drone and that capacity to access areas within national parks that are elucidate memory, or that bring us landscape that is beyond what we could grasp with the human eye or with the human experience to see things from the skies. And I know we had the opportunity in the social hour to have a discussion about what might it look like to create programming such that folks with disabilities could then list aspects of the parks that they'd like to see captured by drone footage, which could then be captured, and then the stories of why those places are meaningful were also captured, and how to present that in a way that people could access, whether they're able to enjoy the park directly or indirectly online. And then just the multiplicity of the equipment, the adaptive equipment, all different kinds in different environments. As Kristen said, some might work for some might work for another. And what that really suggested to me is there's so much possible. There's actually, and so much can be done quickly, actually. And then some things take more time, and some things can be taken from one park and then adapted to another. And how can we share that information between parks so that what's working in one place can be tried in another? The Lawrence Gunther's Accessible Research Station blew my mind, because I was someone who was like a research station nerd when I was in undergrad, and the idea of it being thought of conceptually, you know, from the start of how to do that in an accessible manner is revolutionary. And then the presentation on invisible disabilities and the rhyme, the rhyme so much of just it as a new way to think about how do we talk about all the different possible, or we're never going to say all of them, but many of the different invisible disabilities, and how to think about that. And so I think it's just opening. There's a lot of opening to this conference, and I hope it just continues to open. Thanks.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Isabelle. I love what you said about storytelling. And I think if we can kind of put people in, you know, in the mindset of being in that park and experiencing that park, it helps us look at accessibility with a different lens. Trisha or Noah, do either of you want to speak to storytelling a bit and how that may impact either trails? I know Trisha, sometimes storytelling may be able to influence the experience on a trail. Is there anything that you would like to add about that?
Hi, everyone. Well, I'll just start by saying that I'm a white woman with very short, dark hair, and I'm wearing a blue shirt and blue glasses. I think absolutely. I think storytelling is essential to everything, and I think trails. It just is really essential to trails as well. And I think the key is who's telling the story and what message are we getting from it? Because I think that whoever takes up that space is what we're hearing. And so I think that it just captures how important it is for people with such a wide variety of lived experiences, and also that people within the disability community who represent BIPOC communities as well, who represent the intersectionality, that those stories are out there, and that they are not just captured on blogs and on specifically accessibility and disability platforms, but that they are integrated into where the decisions makers are, and where the people who have influence are, and where the people managing the trails are. And that's what we see a lot of, is sometimes, for me, working in this area, I hear a lot of these stories all the time, and I seek them out. And then I'll talk to, the trail manager at a municipality who has like the best intentions, and it's like all new for them. So I think, the everyone has to be telling the stories. It has to really represent the intersectionality. And I think they have to be shared everywhere.
Yeah, great. And you just made me think of something that makes me want to pass this on to Noah, and talking about who shares these stories. And I know, Noah, you shared your experience being in a more, being in Nunavut and being in a space that may be seen as more remote or have more rural parks. And how do you feel about storytelling in parks in your area?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the invitation for today. Great to be part of this conversation. I'm glad to hear that there has been conversation for the past few days in regards to parks. My name is Noah Patsy, born and raised here in Nunavut. I'm a father of 5, and 3 of them are adopted. I'm a former broadcaster, as well as city councilor, and I'm also assisting people with disability across Canada and Nunavut, Northwest Territories with Inclusion Canada, and as well as Education Department. So in regards to storytelling, it's great that we can discuss more of each other's differences or more of approach to accessibility standards. So I live in Nunavut, and in Nunavut, we have polar bears everywhere, and polar bears does not stop anyone from polar bears stop people from their tracks up here, and we need to do something about that. And for people with accessibility, disability related topics up here in Nunavut, it is important that the parks are safe. More importantly, that the park individuals who works there are aware about whom is entering the area. It's great that at this point, for the past 5 years, I've been assisting with our parks here in Nunavut, trying to address accessibility, disability topics and issues. And it's more important that people are listening. It's good that there's an upgrade in our roads, which is important for people with wheelchair accessibility, or more importantly, how to navigate to exactly where people are. In parks, there are different names within the park. It's more important that we understand these names to help assist each other, especially emergency situations, and more importantly, within our language. So it's very important that we understand each other, what accessibility, disability standards are in any written language. So more importantly, more we work together, the better. And tomorrow will be a better day if we create challenge barrier free. More importantly, adjust each other's needs to have better access and have better information within each part. So I'm really happy to hear again that we're having these discussions, especially Nunavut being part of this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Noah. I think what you said really highlights how when we look at what some of our favorite solutions are, or solutions that we really want to see are, they're going to look different in different locations. You have to take into consideration the environment that that park is in and the people that that park serves. I think you really highlighted that. Before I move on to our next question, I just want to take some comments from the audience. Thank you so much. So I have a comment here: as concerns of over a lack of access due to uptake in chemicals that are unsafe for over 1 million of the population and growing is of concern. So absolutely. So speaking about the chemicals, I believe that are often used in parks, perhaps in cleaning or maintenance of those parks, absolutely can be a concern. And I think when we're thinking about solutions going forward, we need to think about parks as not only just natural spaces free of human influence, but absolutely spaces that are going to, have human influence and have chemicals that could be of concern to many. Would anyone like to comment on that comment there about the chemicals that are being used in parks? Yeah, Isabelle.
Sorry, I realized I forgot to introduce myself. So I'm a white woman with glasses and brown hair and a ponytail, and I'm wearing a blue shirt and a multicolored scarf. And I'm located in Toronto, which is the treaty territory of the Mississauga of the Credit, as well as the traditional territory of many First Nations, including Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Huron-Wendat. I just got so excited by what was being said.
Thank you, yeah.
But I do want to comment on the question that was just asked. I see public spaces as places that can model better practices. And so it's not only that as the person who asked the question about the visitors and their safety and our safety and the safety of the environment in the park, it's also that this is a place to showcase that we can have better practices with cleaner products, with environmentally sensitive products that people can then see in use in the park and then maybe purchase when they go home. And that will help spread that, because folks who are sensitive to this and the environment that is sensitive to it isn't only sensitive to it in the park. And so the more that we model better practices, the more that hopefully that that gets adopted at a greater scale. Thanks.
Absolutely, thank you. And I saw you raise your hand, Noah. Would you like to speak to the use of chemicals and how that may impact many disability communities?
Yes, thank you. And as far as introduction, thanks for the lady here. My name is Noah Papassi again. I'm a blind person. I had an accident in 1990 that led me to blindness altogether in 2007. So about chemicals, like in Nunavut here, if we understand more of chemicals widely, like one drop of oil radius 5 miles of dangerous for animals within underneath. So for fishes, it is important that we understand chemicals. So it's very important that we keep our environment clean, very clean, especially within the park. So like the lady said, it's a very good place to have educational topics, more importantly, learn from each other. Especially and see and understand, like sometimes hands-on gives a good information. And I think that is where a good place to start. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Noah. I think it's really important to think broadly about how use of different chemicals in parks are not only going to influence people visiting parks, but communities living in them, as well as wildlife that are in those parks. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to move on to our next question. So during our conference, we have learned that change can happen at a community level from the ground up. For example, through programming for youth with disabilities with Power to Be and Connect's Autism Network, just as Karina Koenigsberg and her panel described. These local opportunities to connect with nature can have a cascading impact for generations to come by starting and working with youth and younger adults. This shows that small change can have really big impacts and change the way that we think. So I'll ask you now, and you can reflect on your specific geographic area or the communities that you all live in. How do you feel we can each make a difference at a community level to improve park accessibility?
Noah Papassi here, maybe I'll start. Thank you for the question. Like I said, ever since my accident, I've been advocating, educating myself to be be part of the community or be part of the society. So I educated myself to understand more of myself and more importantly to the public. So I joined the city council here in Nunavut, and I jumped in right away. Addressing the needs for disability-related topics. And soon as I jumped in, there was a huge conversation more widely that addresses the needs for disability. So more importantly, they understood of accessibility. So within a year, as soon as the conversation started, there was more access within the information and more space for accessibility. So if we do that within the parks in limited spaces, it's important that accessibility is important to understand and being part of the environment. The environment tells us a story and it releases a good mental health, and mental health is a priority. And more importantly, to get out into the field is to understand each other. So I encourage everyone to take part within municipalities or hamlets or etc. to address more issues with topics on disability. So there's a wide range of information that you can talk about, but more importantly, people will listen. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Noah. I think getting involved at your local level and really starting those conversations with your own community, just like you've said, really seems to have a cascading effect. I also have a comment from the audience here that I'd love to mention. Working with Girl Guides or Boy Scouts and creating badges and service projects around this to get future leaders directly involved. So starting at those really those young ages with groups and helping, you know, helping people understand accessibility at such young ages. And Girl Guides and Boy Scouts are very much involved in the outdoor environment and camping trips and things like that. So that's fantastic. Would anyone else like to share about how in their community or maybe in their field or in their job, how how someone could make a difference on their and do their part?
I'll jump in. Oh,
yeah, thanks for sure. Go ahead.
There's a couple of things that I would add. One is not to necessarily restrict it to parks, because I think everything is connected and everything's related. And especially when you're in rural communities where, actually even in urban communities where parks are really just totally integrated with the community. But like in British Columbia, the recent accessibility legislation that was passed last year requires every single municipality, library, school board, every public institution to create an accessibility committee, an accessibility plan, and also a mechanism for feedback related to accessibility, public feedback. And I think that this is just one example of, as soon as it happened, I jumped on my municipality. I was like, do you have a committee yet? Do you have a committee yet? Do you have a committee yet? Driving them crazy. And now I'm on the committee. But I really think that taking advantage of those types of things that really the institutions don't really have a choice about, and really getting involved at every opportunity like that is great. And the other thing I was going to say, and I've heard and seen this over and over again, and someone was just mentioning it to me. He said, when I go into a business in town and there's a step to get in and I can't get in with my wheelchair, he said, I don't complain. And, he said, I asked to speak to the manager and I show them. And he sort of went into this whole story, and he talked to me about how when businesses and organizations are told, because of legislation and the business code, that they have to do certain things, then it just becomes an issue of compliance, and it's a pain in the butt, and it might be expensive and blah, blah, blah. But the difference when people are there showing somebody and somebody has a chance to see it through a different perspective really makes a difference. And at Trans-Canada Trail, we do accessibility mapping. We've been doing it for a few years with Access Now. And we've started to team up every single trail that we map. We team up somebody with lived experience to do the mapping and a representative from the local trail authority to go out with them. And every single time the local trail authority contacts us and say, oh my God, I never saw the trail that way. And so I really think that in terms of making a difference, getting involved, and also like talking, one of the people on the panel, they were saying that she had walked into the parks office in Smithers. And so I think, I think it's really, really important to talk about what your experience is and to sort of support and help the municipality, as opposed to be against them, but to support them in that, because it's really eye-opening. And I think a lot of the authorities want to become more accessible. They want to serve more people.
Yeah, thank you so much, Trisha. Kristen, did you want to add to that? I know you had something to
Yeah, and I totally agree with Trisha. I think the opportunities are endless to really encourage people why change needs to happen. It's not about you have to do this, although it is what it boils down to. We passed legislation here in 2017 in Nova Scotia, so we are starting to move towards what has to be done. But when we can help people understand why it needs to be done, everything changes. And it goes from this experience of, oh, I have to do this, to I didn't realize how many people couldn't come to my establishment or to our space because of the barriers. And we always say when we're training people, you don't know what you don't know until someone tells you. And a lot of what's out there is just that lack of education, the lack of understanding that, we have inadvertently, and I would say for the most part of times, without wanting or meaning to, created barriers that really, they need to be moved so everybody can be everywhere. And one of the ways I think people can make a difference is never underestimating the power of one person. We each have the potential to make such a difference in our spaces and in our relationships. I loved what Gelenys said. She said, find avenues that broaden your awareness and your relationships. And if everybody attending this conference could go out and engage or meet at least one new person that you haven't had the courage maybe to connect with. Mahadeo said, psychologically, we hesitate or refrain from engaging with people with disabilities. And I have to say, I can see how others experience that, but we're missing out on some of the best opportunities and relationships possible to spread our understanding. And once we understand what our friend or our colleague who may use a wheeled mobility device, or someone who's blind, or someone who's experiencing a different type of disability than what our lived experiences are, we all of a sudden understand more of what we can do to be part of a change in the built environment. And I think that is part of the making a difference, is recognizing we can on our own start a change and start to make something happen.
Thank you so much, Kristen. Isabelle, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to reflect on what's been shared by the folks who've spoken so far about this, which is that to me, a lot of what I heard over the last 3 days is a voice, I guess is the word that I would use to summarize. And people who are enterprising and who have taken initiative and engaged in endeavors that are creating change. But what we also know is there are a lot of voices that are curtailed, that also face barriers. It isn't only the barriers associated immediately and directly with the way that that their disability is being treated, or that they're being disabled by the social barrier that is created. It's also that when folks with lived experience want to speak up or say that there's a problem, or, hey, I'd like to participate, doors aren't opened, and when they ought to be. And so what I think is really important for folks who are land managers and in other positions is how can we facilitate voice? When someone contacts you, what does that look like? How have you created opportunities for people to contact you? How have you reached out? When they do contact you, how have you created an event to support them to contribute to that change? How have you brought them together with folks to make that happen the way Trish is describing? What has been that step, or have you let that fall between the cracks? Because people sometimes give up, right? If they try and they try, and then the message is clear, we don't want to hear from you. So I think it's really important that we understand that we're living in a time when people with disabilities have immense expertise and knowledge and insight, and that when someone approaches you, or when there's an opportunity to create an environment for people to approach, it's a very rich, insightful experience that you're about to have. And then also these references to, unfortunately, attitudinal barriers. I think that really needs to be addressed at the root, whether it's through training of staff and interpretive staff, whether it's fundamentally in training people who are hiring people for parks, that we need to start from a place of growth mindset and curiosity, and that there's so much to learn and explore together, and just be better, and to really shift that mindset. I think it's fundamental, because it's almost impossible to get the work done if we don't start with the mindset. So yeah, I guess that I think there's a lot of organizations and people to work with, and hopefully we can also share organizations for people to start if they don't know how to start creating opportunities for voice. But there's just so much opportunity to do better on this one.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Isabelle. Yes, I think that making those connections is extremely important, and having an environment, creating an environment in parks as well as, you know, behind the scenes in parks through online communication that kind of invites people in a way that turns accessibility into inclusion, which is kind of something I'm going to get in next with our next question, is that social change. And Gelenys said it fantastically today, that social change takes time. That social change and that shift from, you know, technical changes which need to happen, but making that into a social change where we change the social environment of our parks is something that often takes time. And I think that's one thing that all of us at this conference are working toward, is to shift that social environment. So in our conference, we often use this term accessibility quite frequently, and making sure that parks can be accessed by people with disabilities and caregivers. However, many of our presenters also reflected on how accessibility can influence inclusion. Now, I know some of us see these words as the same, but also some of us may see them as being different. So how accessibility and inclusion are both related concepts. So inclusion being how welcome someone with a disability feels in a particular park and all of its associated spaces. So for example, how Mikhaila Carr today mentioned accessible features influence the level of trust that people can have in that park. So how much you can trust the information a park is providing for you. Or also how Isabelle Ducharme described Parc National Dutta as a place to go with friends, knowing that they have an accessibility manager who sets an inclusive precedent and maintains a relationship with the public to welcome people with disabilities. So I'll ask you all this question: how do we make sure that accessibility, so being able to access that space in a park, means inclusion, feeling included or welcome, and how do we make that connect?
I can start us off on this one.
Thanks,
So I'm going to answer this. I think of this in very practical terms, less philosophical, but I think they are very distinct things. And I think accessibility is sort of what you're providing in a sense, and inclusion is how the visitor is feeling. At least that's sort of in my mind how I think of it. I think that really in order for visitors to feel included, I think that I think ideally internally in the organization, there has to be people with lived experience. And so consulting is great, consultations and audits and everything, but I think that really hiring people who have lived experience and capturing the intersectionality is really important to having that filter down so that it does create that bigger social change and that culture change. And not just hiring people with lived experience, but hiring people at every level of an organization with lived experience, so that people in management also have a perspective on accessibility. We have, like at Trans-Canada Trail, we have a group of accessibility advisors, I guess, who whenever I need whenever I have a big project that needs to be reviewed, or whenever I'm looking for advice, I can go out in the field and ask people who have different expertise, different disabilities. We have Inuit people and people of color and all different experiences. And I really think that having these kinds of committees or friends of groups where you can require, 50% to be people with disability, or these kinds of things that engage the public who have these experiences, but that also can feed into an internal culture change. I don't know if that was really scattered, but it made sense in my brain.
Yes. And you touched on intersectionality, which I know it's been touched on quite a bit at our conference, but it's definitely something that we want to be one of the, the final messages of this conference is intersectional experience for people with disabilities, and it's not just, someone mentioned this, that it's not just, the experience of someone who uses a wheelchair. It could be, a Black woman who uses a wheelchair, and those intersectional experiences really impact our experiences in parks and absolutely need to be considered as such. Yeah, Isabelle, absolutely.
Thank you. In my own experience, I have seen programming that is, for example, targeted or focused on immigrants, like enabling more immigrants to experience parks. And then I've seen accessible programming, and I've not seen them, the immigrant programming include disabilities. And I have not seen the disability programming include immigrants, as if they were very separate when they're not. So there's a lot of work to be done on intersectionality, and that needs to be prioritized. Unemployment, just as many presentations talked about the journey, which I'd really like to come back to again, about the journey of the visitor experience around accessibility. I think the same thing is true around employment, that there's a journey to that. So it isn't only a question of hiring more people with disabilities. It's all through that process of informing people that there are positions within diverse communities, for example, that this is an option for a summer job. If somebody, is within like a different cultural backgrounds, that people can consider that working for a park for the summer is an option. And to having being able to move all the way through that process of hiring and all the way through the process of training, and including with their colleagues. Sometimes there are people who are from communities maybe who've had more insular of an experience, and then they're being trained with colleagues who are from much more diverse backgrounds. And so it's really important to be thinking about that throughout the employment journey. So I just wanted to highlight too that is really important, because I don't think we're going to get to that employment place if we think about it only as how many are hired, and absolutely what Tricia was saying too about at every level of the organization, but also how are we creating that mobility, and what kind of mentorship opportunities are created, and the intersectionality within the mentorship as well. Thanks.
Yeah, that was very, very well said. Yes, Kristen, would you like to add to that?
I'd love to add to that. One of the things that has amazed me working with different larger organizations is some of them don't really know how to engage, because they want to hire people with all varieties of backgrounds and ability, but they don't know how to reach out and connect with some of the communities that there are phenomenal opportunities to hire from within. And one of the things we often talk about is helping them understand how to remove some of the barriers in the hiring process. Like Isabelle said, letting people know we want them to apply. That is a little bit of a mind shift in our society, because in the past, I have a friend who said COVID was the best thing that ever happened to him, because as a person that uses a wheeled mobility device, for the first time in his life, he was on an equal hiring ground through a video interview, as opposed to rolling in his chair or getting to the location and finding out he couldn't get in. So I think it's really important we recognize that, again, we don't know what we don't know. We've created barriers without meaning to as employers, and we have to have help to help us understand how to remove those. I remember doing an assessment on a large company, and I went around, I was measuring the front and the reception desk, and I went around to measure where the person, assisting people coming into the building would work. And the person who was touring me through the building said, "Oh, you don't need to measure that side. That's just for people who work here." And I said, "Let me tell you, our report is as much about employability as it is about visitability. And we have to help change that mindset that we have, inclusion means everybody has an opportunity and an equal opportunity, but we also have to see how valuable those individuals are and what they can bring."
And I loved what Isabelle said this afternoon. She said, you can't add this on to someone's job portfolio if you're looking at how to increase or create access in your organization. And I think that's so true. It's not enough to say HR can now look after this and they have no experience or background in accessibility. That's not fair to that individual or that group that's given that assignment. We have to be hiring professionals or bringing in people, as it's already been identified, with lived experience that can really direct the specifics of each individual location, because we all know every situation is different. And I loved what was shared about Ontario parks. You know, they're starting to consider design, but their first step was to reach out and do a massive consultation of what do people want, what do people need, what's most important. And I think even for existing parks and locations, you know, we have to say, okay, well, maybe we didn't do it really well in the past, but we're committing to do it really well from here on. So tell us, you know, how we can do better. And then just not just adding that on to somebody's job at the park, but saying, okay, who can we bring in to really oversee and make sure this happens? Because we always say, if we create a report, we don't want it to sit on a shelf and collect dust. We want to know that thing is being like dog-eared and used all the time to create the change that's necessary in those spaces and places.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I love what you said about, you know, starting those conversations really early. I think that if we set a precedent for inclusive mindset, you know, from the ground up, it's, you know, a lot of parks are already existing, but seeing those new ones that come up as well, setting that quite early is really promising. And I think will set a precedent for new things to come. Absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah.
no here. Thank you. I would like to add some stuff.
Thank you,
Thank you for the question on accessibility information. As for Nunavut up here, as Canada might know, or rest of the world, that we're more like 50, 60 years behind in a lot of stuff. So we deal with what we have up here, and more time over time, we're having these new technology, etc., coming in, arriving, and we're exactly talking about trying to keep the environment clean at the same time. So it's a great conversation up here, but more importantly, where the access is going to come from. So I did a little bit of research here in Nunavut, and I also tried to contact the city as well as the government, but more importantly, contacting the parks. So parks has a lot of opportunity to discuss information as well as have good conversation with the public on safety related topics and accessibility. City of Iqaluit does not have anything to do with the parks, so it's not in their jurisdiction. So jurisdiction is always important. To understand the jurisdiction is to talk to the people who's within that territory. So more importantly, like I said, we deal with what we have, and we cannot fill all the gaps, but more importantly, having an equipment that we can all share is really important to understand and educate each other, because we cannot educate the mass in one topic in one day. So more importantly, more we educate and gather and communication and starting more the gaps, then the communication will be stronger to understand accessibility. As what you're talking about, there's all sorts of information on accessibility. So it is important we understand it, but more importantly, we understand it from the disability point of view to address the able world to where safety is very important. Safety is the highest topic in this conversation. The more we get over that safety product and protocols, it is important that we will understand better and be more safe to go towards to the parks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noah. Yes, Isabelle, yeah.
Just want to jump off of Noah's comment about safety and risk and anticipated risks. And that, I can't remember who was in the conference who, I think it was just maybe the last speaker or the one before, who was talking about how when they did the audit, how little was actually accessible, like 5%. What? 5%. So there's this almost, I don't know, duality between all of these innovative new ways of thinking about expanding accessibility so that more people not only are able to come enjoy or participate from home, but also those who come have a better experience and are able to participate more wholly and fully. And then the basics that are still not being done, and why they're still not being done, and what does that enforcement look like, and what is holding people who are running parks back from getting that work done that should be expected as a minimum. I mean, hopefully we're getting beyond minimums, but the minimum's not being met. And then where that intersects with risk, because when go to a park expecting that that's done and it's not done, then that creates real risks. When a trail is partly accessible and then you can't continue and you're stuck, that's a risk. When they gave you incorrect information and you get there based on that information and then it wasn't what you were expecting and now you don't know how to get back, that's a risk. So safety is very tied to expectation because people put themselves at risk that is a known risk, right? They know what those risks are and they've planned for those risks. But if they plan for those risks based on expectations that aren't being met, then we have a lack of safety. And so this duality needs to be considered, that we're doing both, right? We're innovating and doing things to make things better and more inclusive, but we're also not leaving people in a lurch, and we're meeting the expectations that people deserve.
Yes, thank you so much to Noah and Isabelle, both of you, for talking about safety and how that really impacts accessibility, but also inclusion in a space for many disability communities, but any park visitor, and how, if the basic needs in parks are not met, it makes it very difficult or impossible to have a full park experience and be able to enjoy it and go there. Thank you for bringing that up. I'll move on to our next question here. We have a couple of left before we wrap up, but I'll ask you a question here. So a common theme shared by many of our presenters was strength in partnerships and communication, which we've all already touched on in this conversation, which I think really just goes to show how important communicating and building relationships with diverse groups. So people with lived experience, people with experience in the work world as well, and building those connections to try and make our parks more accessible. This was really especially highlighted, especially considering partnerships with elders with disabilities, just as was highlighted by Craig Paulson and Gelenys SnowDymond. And I really wanted to bring attention to that, and collaboration between people with disabilities and people without disabilities when climbing steep mountainsides, for example, as Jamie McCulloch described with the trail rider. And these partnerships can be really powerful learning experience. And I particularly appreciate what Craig Paulson shared, is that, the ideas that I come up, I'm going to misquote you, Craig. When you're sitting alone at your desk or thinking alone, the things we come up with aren't as strong as they are when we're in collaboration with others. Would anyone like to share an experience or share a time where they were able to create a partnership within their community? I know many of you already shared some of these, but just maybe an example of how one could create that connection in their community.
Hello, Noah here. If I may start first, thank you for the question. Like I said earlier in the beginning, one time I was a city councilor, and there's so many great things that I address, and at the same time trying to save a space. So during our conversation on accessibility, disability topics within the city, we had a conversation where we're going to create a new burial site. but actually the new burial site was not able to withstand the situation of carrying so much weight, or more of it deteriorates. So more instead of scrapping the issue, I opened my mouth, creating, why not turn it into a park where families can go to gather, go into the tundra, and being part of the community, as well as, as well as taking mental health seriously. So it is important to have parks. So when I opened my mouth, the whole conversation started overnight, just like that. Everybody participated. Federal government of Nunavut, city of Mikhaila, even the parks had a say. So even the school, as we're talking right now, it's a great opportunity for our youth as well as our adults to understand more of accessibility and more of, assisting each other. So as in the city council, we created a huge conversation. And the more it happened, it became a reality. Now the park is used every year. Lots of families go to the place, go eat there, go take their space, and it's accessible for long distance. It's good to have that conversation, but more importantly, we invite everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noah. That's a really powerful example of when people are open to getting a new perspective, that those conversations can really kickstart overnight, and it really opens up that dialogue to allow other people to have a say to support those ideas, and kind of keep an open mind to different perspectives on plans for a city, or plans for, I know there's always different conversations of what to do with pieces of land, and that's a very complex conversation, absolutely. And I thank you for sharing that. I want to move on to our final question here, which I think is a really big one and a really important one that we all want to touch on, that was touched on sometimes during our conference. And I want to reflect on the current state of affairs in many of our national and provincial parks before we end today's chat. I really want to bring up some current issues based on our conversations these last couple of days. We know that not only the built and social environment impact accessibility of parks, but the state of our natural environment and the elements within that environment also impacts accessibility for many disability communities, but all park visitors. So the current environmental concerns, such as the use of chemicals in parks, but also especially the floods and fires that have been happening recently in Canada, and those experiences, a variety of environmental sensitivities can really impact many park visitors. We heard about that from Marie LeBlanc, as well as Laura Bridges, and how that may impact the hidden disability community, especially, as well as all park visitors. And we know that accessibility isn't a one-time thing. We don't look at accessibility and have a solution and say we're done. That's not how it works. And I think that's what I've taken from this conference as well. It's ongoing, it's ever-changing, and it's continuous. And it's impacted by multiple environmental factors that I really want to talk about and emphasize. So I ask you as panelists, and definitely I want to take some audience comments and questions regarding environmental concerns in parks, but how have you seen climate or environmental impact the accessibility in parks? It's a very large question. I'm going to pass this one to you first, Isabelle, if you want to share a bit about that, and then I'll open it up.
Sure, thank you. We are in the most devastating year. The wildfires happening in Canada are the third worst fire in world history, after one in Siberia in 2003 and the Australian wildfires that we all know about from a couple of years ago. And it's coming close to We don't know that it won't equal the Australian fires at this point. That it's affecting, that the smoke moves across borders. There are no borders for smoke. And it is affecting almost every province and territory, and it presents huge risks both for people and wildlife, and that we won't even know those impacts for some time fully. And it's impacting the communities in which these parks are located. It's impacting those who might have visited the parks but can't during smoky season because they're trapped indoors, as is the case for many with chemical sensitivity and respiratory illnesses and various other conditions. It's impacting communities that don't have equal access to healthcare, and it's contaminating our waterways. All of this, it's not only the trees that we are losing, each living tree that we're losing and each animal that's living in that tree that we're losing, but we're also losing communities and homes. And those homes, when they catch on fire, lead to toxic plumes. When the electrical poles are on fire, then we have more toxic plumes, and all of that is being deposited in the waters, and we don't even know what that's going to look like for some time. And so I don't know that parks are prepared for this or have a plan in place for this. And when they start to plan for it, often things are thought of as long-term, but for folks who are impacted, it's very present and it's very short-term. And so do we, for example, have safe shelters within parks so that if the smoke does move into the park, that those who are in the park or in the vicinity of the park, for the communities even who live near the park, that the park then becomes a safe haven and harbor for people to be safe? Are there sealed buildings that are in which the air quality is being monitored? Are there proper HVAC systems and HEPA air filters and wildfire rated HEPA air filters, which are not the same as they are for COVID or for pollen? It's much more robust what's needed in terms of quality of HEPA and carbon. Are parks safe places that provide safety for the people who are in them and for the people who live near them? And how can they become such? Are parks, which we think of as being sort of warehouses, that's not the right word, are being like places where wildlife are protected, and so this is a place where more wildlife can come from? Are we going to see diminishing wildlife in these parks? And how are we cataloging that? Are we surveying people about these impacts? Even this year, for example, are each of these parks asking people about their experience in terms of maybe reduced wildlife, seeing reduced wildlife, or are they, or their own experience, or are they experiencing smoke, or do they feel safe? Are we training wardens to make sure that people are safe if they have smoke exposure? And how much are we considering those who are most vulnerable, especially those with respiratory conditions and environmental health conditions, who are like the canaries in the coal mine to what is the devastation that is happening? So I know a lot of climate change has been sort of considered a long-term problem, unfortunately, for decades now, when it wasn't. And it's not in the future now, it's future's now. So I think we need to get this addressed, and we need to do it in a way that involves partners and involves working across borders that don't really exist. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Isabelle, for elaborating on that. I really couldn't have said it better myself. I really want to, thank you so much for sharing that. I want to bring in an audience comment that also relates to, you mentioned when these wildfires impact the air quality, that the things that are burned also impact the air quality specifically. We have a comment that says chemicals include smoke. Many do not use clean wood. So even in campsites, the campfire that is, or the wood that's used for campfires has a mix of chemicals within that too. So I think that's very much related. And I really want to draw attention to how both the impacts of the wildfires on the air quality, as well as the campfire wood, makes parks not a very safe space for, like you mentioned, individuals with respiratory related disabilities and many things. I also have a comment here that a lot of programs, outdoor recreation programs, adaptive recreation programs, are having to be canceled each year because of the poor air quality. So there's a direct impact on the access to these outdoor services and people's ability to be able to access and enjoy these spaces. Thank you both for those comments. I also have another comment here. Smoke is absolutely an issue. Here, greenwashing products being used in parks, being used to build buildings. So kind of these items that are supposedly good for the environment, but maybe there's a bit more to them that we need to look into. So kind of really critically thinking about the products that are used in parks and how that impacts air quality, which is all related to the air quality we just talked about with the wildfires, and how those things don't have borders, just like you mentioned, Isabelle. You know, these environmental impacts, they don't stop at one park, or they don't stop in one area. They really spread quite easily into multiple areas. I know there's also a lot of severe flooding happening right now that is really impacting many people's lives, and also related to parks and accessibility. Kristen, would you like to share a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had quite a start to 2023 in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is pretty small. We only have 1 million people here, so we often don't make the news, but we've made the news more than we want to here this year. And ironically, it started with wildfires in May that completely consumed large parts of not just outlying forest, although we had one that's the largest in the history of Nova Scotia ever on our South Shore, but we also had one that hit right here in the city of Halifax in a large residential area. And let me tell you, it was no joke. It was real. Like, our office was 1 kilometer from the evacuation zone line, and going outside briefly to get to your vehicle meant you were inhaling the worst smells I think I've ever smelled in my life. It was far beyond smoke. Smoke has a nice smell to it if it's just burning, if you're not, reactive to it. But this was like shingles and vinyl and everything Isabelle was describing, just that horrid putrid smells that were making many people very sick. And so that was affecting really all of our parks and our spaces, outdoor spaces here in Nova Scotia. But then here we are less than 8 weeks later, and we have now had, they were describing it initially as, once in a century historic flooding here in Nova Scotia. I just read this afternoon, now they're saying once in 1,000 years. So I hope that's the case. I'd love to think that that is true, but I'm concerned, just like Isabelle said, we're seeing this far too often in so many places. But I actually live in a zone that was completely, every road we had to get out of our home, and we live in the city, we don't live in the country. Every road was blocked off because of different areas that completely flooded. And so that was a pretty unusual experience. It's one thing to be locked down in COVID and told you shouldn't leave your community. It's very different when you can't actually get out of your community because of flooding. And so anyway, and we've had some loss of life here in the province because of the flooding too. And it's been a really horrific week of just watching what people are going through, and homes lost, not just damaged. And I think it makes me think of a couple of things. First of all, it makes me realize that, again, we have to be proactive. We have to start thinking ahead. As again, Isabelle said, like, how are we going to train wardens or our park staff to be prepared for these kinds of events? If these are not going to be just a once in a lifetime experience, are we ready for what could become, hopefully not, but what could become more common? And I think there's a lot of practical things that can be done by the parks too. I think we really need to take advantage of providing accurate and very up-to-date online information, letting people know that there are wildfires affecting our provincial or our national parks this week. So please be advised before you arrive that this could affect your camping experience, because we all know that it takes a lot of work to get ready to go to a park if you're planning to be there for more than just a day experience. And so giving that up-to-date information I think also letting people know on arrival, some of the trails have experienced washouts. So what has normally been an accessible or an easy to use trail is actually going to be quite hazardous, or you could encounter this. Again, I think this needs to be in every format possible. I think we need to be producing online information that can be accessed in all formats. We need to make sure that staff are prepared to let people know what they're going to experience. And I think, again, just, encouraging people, we need the outdoors more than ever before. The crazier the world gets, the more we all need to, protect our mental health and find safe spaces in nature to get out of the chaos of everything we're experiencing. But, it was said earlier in the conference, the importance of people feeling safe in those spaces. And so I think putting these measures in place and putting specific trainings in place and letting people know that information will be provided, I think is going to increase and hopefully enhance people's, willingness, especially people living. And I really appreciate the talk that was given about the hidden disability community. I do a lot of work with a lot of people living with types of disabilities where they know that people don't understand what their lived experience is at all. In fact, a lot of people work beside a colleague that has no idea what they're experiencing in their day-to-day life. But we have to consider and make safe places for everyone to be able to be part of these places. And so I hope wildfires and floods are, not going to be a more common experience. But regardless, I think we need to do due diligence and really make sure we're providing excellent information and accurate help to everybody that wants to engage in our spaces.
I can jump in. From a trail perspective, which is the one I can speak to the most. And by the way, Kristen, we in British Columbia had what you're now going through a couple of years ago, when the entire town of Lytton, as well as lots of, huge amounts of land burned. And it was just a few months later that Abbotsford was underwater, and same river valley. But it's quite shocking. But I was going to say a few things about trails. The first is that, obviously we see trail closures when there's fire, when there's floods. Even rock slides can be tied to climate change as well, because of extreme heat and the impacts on rock and the drying and wetting cycle of the ground. What happens after those events, when things get cleaned up, we see different stages of cleanup, right? So we have like this initial cleanup that happens, and a lot of people then have access to the trail again. But there's often these impacts that need bigger solutions or take longer. And I think that often impacts accessibility, where, we see the bulk of it is cleaned up and the trails reopened, but there might be big puddles. And or where the trail's good enough to use, but now it's an uneven surface, or sloughing of slopes. So the trail that was, 1.5 meters wide is now like, a lot narrower. And so I think that there's these two types of cleanup, or, there's an initial cleanup that really is thought to open it publicly. But then I think that that's where people are really impacted who look for accessible trails, because some things require a longer solution, like geotech and engineering. And sometimes it's just not made as high a priority to make the trail return to the level of accessibility that it was before, or to do it as quickly. And so I think that's the first thing that comes to mind. The other thing I wanted to mention, first of all, the North. I wanted to say something about that. And permafrost. Even when we have no rains and no fires, which really doesn't happen, but we're seeing in the North trails, boardwalks that are built on permafrost, and they're having to be repaired every single year. And new solutions are going to have to be found to building on melting permafrost, and that is more materials that have to go up north that become expensive. So I think that I just wanted to throw that in there. But the last thing I wanted to mention was on communication and keeping up with. We have an interactive trail map on our website, and our GIS department is constantly posting the trail closures and that are related to climate change. And we have them on all the time. And just keeping up with it is difficult. And I think a lot of people, I think we have to figure out how to, again, it's information sharing, but how we communicate that.
Thank you so much, Tricia. You actually really summarize a lot of the points I was going to mention in my closing here. This was such a fantastic and powerful conversation that we were all able to have today. And I think we touched on a lot of the key themes of the conference this year. We talked about safety, access to information. We talked about communication, the hidden disability community. And those are all things that I really think everyone from this who watched this and who watched the conference, even bits and pieces of it, can take away from this moving forward into our next steps and to keep the conversation of accessibility and inclusion ongoing, and make sure that it never stops and always continues. I thank you all for your willingness to share and to learn in this space together. And I really, really, really thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Tricia. Thank you, Noah. And thank you, Isabelle. I will now pass it on over to Tilak Dutta, who will recap our top 10 takeaways, and we'll touch on a lot of the things that we discussed in our chat here today, and to kind of really give a good sense of everything that we discussed in the conference. And I thank you all so much for tuning in. I'll pass it on to Tilak. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Hannah. That was fantastic. What a great way to end the conference with a discussion about all the different topics that we've gone through. As Hannah mentioned, our team has put together a list of 10 takeaway messages from the last 3 days. Many of them were just discussed really nicely in the campfire, but I'll list them anyhow. These are just the common themes and ideas that have emerged from all the presentations that we've watched, and I'll share that with you in a minute. 2 other things I want to do before we get to that. First, I want to thank everyone who made this conference possible. I'll start with our wonderful ASL interpreters, so that I'll remind myself to speak slowly as I go through these remarks. Next, I want to thank all of our presenters for preparing such engaging presentations. In particular, I personally was moved many times. I found it hard to not imagine your journeys, and I was there with you. I felt for many of these, for many of your stories, and I want to thank you for being so vulnerable with us, and for feeling that you can share your experiences with us. It was really, really a valuable 3 days for me. I've learned a lot. And I want to thank the audience members for joining us and for asking such insightful questions. As Hannah said, and Allison said, we're going to collect any questions that haven't been answered and pass them on to all of our presenters. Finally, I want to thank the organizing team. I'm so proud of our team, and so happy to be able to work with them. They're incredibly talented, as I'm sure all of you can tell. All the credit goes to these 5 people. I want to thank Allison for leading the organization of the conference. She was supported by 4 other people on our team, Yashoda and Hannah, who managed most of the communications with presenters and attendees. Hannah, as you know, also organized and hosted the social hours. She did a fantastic job of moderating the Campfire Chat just now. Very high level discussion that brought together so many important components of our conference. Yashoda was in charge of getting the gift bags that many of you received for those who were among the first registrants. And then we have Ziad and Wakas. They were our technical experts who made sure the right people were on the screen at the right time. There was that one hiccup that many of you may have mentioned. That was Ziad experienced a power outage today during Isabelle's presentation, and yet managed with just a small hiccup to keep us going. So it's pretty amazing the skill that he and Wakas have put together. It's a very complex process, actually. It looks simple, but I think between the 2 of them, they have 5 computers and 10 monitors running right now. If you want to run an accessible virtual conference, you can let us know and we can help you out.
Okay, so the thank yous are the first part. The second thing I wanted to mention, the main goal of this conference, as I mentioned at the start, is really to connect people together. And so we wanted to create a directory to make it easier for each of you to reach out to other people that are doing similar work. So for those who are interested in sharing your contact details, there's going to be a link in the chat in a minute, and you can see a QR code on the screen. It's a Google form. You can feel free to input I think we're asking for your name, your email address, and just a short description of what it is about park accessibility that you're interested in or involved in, so that people with similar interests or involved in similar things can find you and connect with you. If you have trouble using this form, feel free to email us or call us with your information, and we'll include you in that directory. Okay, that brings us to our top 10 takeaways from this conference. Number 10, this is related to the goal of connecting with each other. Improving accessibility should not be done alone. And a number of people talked about this very eloquently. There's huge benefits to partnering, and perhaps more importantly, hiring people with disabilities and Indigenous people so we can learn from each other. Kristen's story about staff being confused why she wanted to evaluate the accessibility of the staff spaces actually mirrors one of our park visits that we did, one of the assessments that we did in partnership with Access Now and at one of the Parks Canada sites. So it's definitely something that we should be working on. Number 9, including accessibility considerations at the start is critical, rather than trying to add it later, and I think Lawrence's presentation highlighted that so well. And it's great to see Ontario Parks taking that approach, as a few people have mentioned. Number 8, outdoor spaces standard will help us nail down how we can make parks more accessible, but they need your input. This is another theme that came out through the day, that accessibility means different things to different people. And so we have to be sure that we're capturing this diverse range of perspectives. So please do put in have a look at the standard if you can, and put in your thoughts on what's missing. If you have trouble putting that stuff in, you can get in touch with our team and we can help. I think Allison is going to talk about it later on. And the links to this, to where you can make your suggestions will be provided at that time. Number 7, not everything can be written down in a standard. So sometimes improving accessibility requires some trial and error, as Kate told us about with her Moby mats. It was a bit of a trial and error process, trying to understand how they should be implemented and how that implementation could be improved. At its core, accessibility might be even more about having a mindset that's open and responsive and flexible to a visitor's needs. I think Taylor noted that in that same session. Number 6, we saw many examples of this really exciting growing collection of devices and adaptive equipment and products that can help make these outdoor spaces more accessible. Jamie brought up the important point that policies, now we have to think about changing our policies to allow this type of equipment if there are cases where they may not be allowed. And this is exactly the type of recommendation that we want to make sure we add into the new standard. Number 5, this is about the importance of building awareness of what accessibility means broadly. We want to ensure that park experiences include not only people with the types of disabilities that people know about already, which tend to be, I think, mobility-related disabilities, but we want to make sure people with sensory disabilities, as well as those related to pain, fatigue, chemical sensitivities, other hidden disabilities, are understood more broadly. Number 4, we need to remember that people with disabilities typically want to experience parks with other people. Karina made that point. And this can include friends and family, but it can also include caregivers. I think Laura made that point. So making sure that if a caregiver needs to help someone in a bathroom, there needs to be enough space, not only for the individual, but also their caregiver. Number 3, many have highlighted the importance of information. And many people even use the exact same word to describe the issue, which is trust. And I found that really interesting. And our team reflected on that a little bit. We need to make sure the information is accurate, reliable, and we need to gather multiple perspectives on accessibility of the same location to make sure that the right information is available to those who need it. Number 2, the F word, as Haley put it so nicely, funding. Many of the practical solutions will need funding to implement, and our team will be looking at ways of getting funding in the future to keep this network connected as best we can. Hopefully we can run a conference like this again in the future. We'll be reaching out to you or you can feel free to reach out to us if you want to be involved in any of that work. One of the thoughts I had just today was maybe it's time for us to launch a nonprofit focused on connecting people in this group and applying, specifically raising money to hire someone that can help us find funding, to help us write grants for funding. Number 1, the main takeaway, I think many people have mentioned it from the last 3 days, which is your stories. They are so incredibly powerful and moving. I kept getting shivers, as I mentioned, as I was listening to these stories. And I think if we think about it, there's probably lots of ways that we can use these stories, collect them in ways that can be shared, make it easy to use as tools to either for training staff, raising awareness generally with the public, help to shift the social environment that I think was discussed in the Campfire Chat, and even to raise funding. I think there are lots of people, if they saw the goals of what people in this network are trying to do, I think I think there is potential to raise more money. And so we should try to do that. So thank you for sharing your stories with us again. Okay, that's it for me. Thanks. Back to you, Allison.
Thank you, Tilak. And thank you, Hannah, for moderating the Campfire Chat today. Echoing Tilak's words, thank you again to all the wonderful presenters we had this week. I think I speak both personally and for the team when I say it has truly been an honor to be able to run this conference again this year. There is so much incredible work happening in this space, and we are so grateful that you shared your stories with us and with everyone tuning in from across Canada and around the world. Thank you to our attendees. Your participation and presence has been felt so strongly, even through these virtual platforms. Thank you for being here, and thank you for valuing this work. The conversations do not end today. Please head to our research website, engineeringhealth.ca/accessible-parks-Canada to learn more about our research or to get in touch with us. Also, reach out to your local municipalities and organizations and find out what is happening and what more can be done to improve access on a local level. As Tilak mentioned, there are feedback opportunities going on right now. The feedback links for Accessible Standards Canada are in the chat, and we are now adding the Ontario Parks links to the chat. You can also find them on the conference website. If you were not able to see all the speakers, the entire event has been recorded and is available on our conference website and YouTube channel. We will also be updating the recordings with the post-production edits, and we'll send out an email once those videos are up. Please do not hesitate to get in touch with us if you have any questions or concerns or feedback. The email is at PAC2023.ca. Thank you all so much for being with us here this week. Have a wonderful rest of your week.